Okay, we are now at module 6. Correction lang to. Teka. So right now we are currently at module 6, materials and shaders or texturing 2, no? So texturing 2 na tayo in regards dun sa last discussion natin, which is texturing 1 using basically adding simple materials and paano natin ma-fix yung mga materials natin or yung mga textures natin despite having a very dirty model, no? So, to finalize our texturing discussion with texturing 2 UV Unwrapping, uh, unlike sa previous discussion natin where we just simply add our materials and then we try to fix the material according to the specifications dun sa 3D model natin, being whether it's going to be clean or it's not. No? So regardless, na-fix naman natin yon. However, for our discussion today, which is called UV Unwrapping, this one is medyo biased siya sa ating mga model. Specifically, dapat malinis na talaga yung mga model natin. No? Because at the end of the day, texturing, while yes, okay rin naman na gumagamit tayo ng downloaded textures from the internet, like nga sa Polyhaven and Ambient CG, there are times na may mga limitations talaga yon. No? Specifically, kung kailangan na natin ng mga super specific textures na hindi natin basta-basta makikita sa internet, no? So, sa discussion natin for today, we're gonna be diving more on sa custom textures and paano natin nagagawa yung mga ganong klaseng textures, no? Of course, this one is going to be subjective in terms of how creative you can be, no? So, yung style ko in making my textures is going to be very different from you guys. No? Some will dive in more sa photorealistic, which I will demo later kung paano tayo gumawa ng isang photorealistic na texture. And paano rin tayo gagawa ng actual na sariling texture natin where we are gonna be using Photoshop or other sort of art programs like Open Canvas or Clip Studio Paint to make our textures. And of course, aside from that, while we are, yes, going to be just using 3ds Max, gagamitin din natin si Blender sa final demo natin, which is on how we can make custom textures via Blender. No? Because, yun nga, as I mentioned, 3ds Max, medyo luma na siya. And while, yes, pwede rin naman gumawa si 3ds Max ng custom textures, super duper limited lang siya. Like, it's not even remotely usable talaga. No? So, lipat din tayo sa Blender as a option kung gusto nyong gumawa ng custom textures and kung nahihirapan kayo, yun nga, gumawa ng textures using Photoshop or other sort of art programs. Because yung usage ni Blender natin mamaya, nakikita na kasi natin live yung paggawa natin texture sa ating 3D model. Okay? So, before we get started sa texturing 2 natin, let's do a brief recap sa ating previous discussion, which is, yun nga, adding materials and UV unwrapping, no? So, babalikan lang natin yung sa discussion natin from last meeting, which is in week 5. So, let's download yung interior design sample UV map demo so we can get started. Okay, so when you're gonna be downloading yung interior render sample ko dito, just simply click lang tayo dito and click lang download, no? Automatic naman i-zip na kagad yan ni Google Drive. So, once it's zipped up and na-download na siya, ito yung makikita natin sa ating, not this one, ito yung makikita natin dito sa folder na to, okay? So, sa folder na to again, ang gagawin natin dito is we're gonna be importing our living room underscore mesh, and then we already have a set of textures here. But I won't be using all the textures here. Gagamitin lang natin one quick texture here by using yung sofa chair na ginamit natin last meeting. And yun lang naman, no? And paano natin ma-fix yun in regards with UV mapping as a whole, no? So, just open up your folder here and then import natin yung ating living room mesh, no? Okay? So, punta tayo sa 3ds Max, punta tayo sa file, punta tayo sa import, and then import ulit. Okay? So, this one, again, segue na to sa, sa final discussion natin before midterms, no? So, while nandito tayo sa import, punta kayo dun sa interior render sample natin and select natin tong si living room underscore mesh, and then click natin open. Again, ang default na 3D file natin dito, ang tawag natin dyan is FBX. So, selecting natin yan, open, and then click lang natin OK, and it should be imported na. No? So, ito yung living room mesh natin. And then what we're gonna be doing is, gagamitin lang ulit natin tong sofa chair natin as an example for our adding textures. No? Hindi, diretso na kagad tayo sa uploading ng mga high quality textures. No? So again, if you want to find yung ating if you want to find sample na mga high quality textures, you can easily go to polyhaven.com or you can go to ambient CG. Personal preference na lang naman yan. Kayo bahala kung anong gusto nyong gamitin. Okay? So, next natin, what we're gonna be doing is select your object muna. So, we have 3 parts here. No? Gagamitin lang naman natin yung mismong body and then yung dalawang cushions natin dito. Okay? So, first, select natin yung object na gagamitin natin ng isang texture natin. Select na muna natin siguro tong body. And then, press natin si M to open our material editor. Okay? So, again, this is our slate material editor. Let's just maximize this one. Ang gagamitin natin dito for basically any sort of texture sets, gamitin natin si physical material. And then, double-click tayo dito para ma-maximize lang natin yung view ng ating material dito. And then, what we're gonna be doing is balik tayo dito sa folder natin dito, sa interior render sample natin. And then, go tayo sa textures. If I remember correctly, fabric, dito tayo. Ito yung gagamitin natin for the body. Let's just click on fabric. And then, as you can see here, maraming texture sets to. And if you still remember, ang mga core textures talaga natin na kailangan lang natin dito is number 1, base color. Number 2, roughness. Third, normal map or bump map. And then lastly, kung meron tayong option ng metalness or metallic map, ilagay din natin yon. So technically 3 to 4 lang yung pinaka-core textures natin. The rest here, hindi na natin kailangan talaga. Okay? So unahin na muna natin si color or base color. So click and drag lang tayo dito. And then next naman natin, let's just import everything na muna. No? So next natin, roughness. Next natin si normal GL. Si normal DX and normal GL. If I failed to mention last meeting, while yes, they're both relatively the same. Masasuggest ko lang dito, if your computer is simply running on CPU, gamitin nyo si normal DX. Kung may GPU kayo or graphics card, gamitin nyo si normal GL. Okay? So since I already have a GPU on mine, gagamitin ko si normal GL. And then, lastly, kung may metallic kayo dito, ilagay nyo rin si metallic. But, since wala akong metallic dito, eto, stop na ako dito. Okay? Now, I have my core textures. Before we begin, again, it's always good practice. Ito yung palagi kong pinapaalala palagi. Always rename your material. So, I'm just going to rename this one fabric. Now, renaming system na ginagawa ko for my materials is number 1, iisipin ko muna kung ano yung mga general purpose ng material na yon. So, kung yung material ba na gagamitin ko ngayon is going to be reused or is it specifically for one object lang? Doon yung malalaman kung paano siya in-name. Like for example, sa case ko dito, fabric na to. Since yung sa fabric material ko dito, if I name this one fabric, that means I'm going to be renaming this one. If I want this one to be specific sa isang object, I'm going to rename this one to what the object is. No? So, sa case ko, since pwede ko rin naman gamitin na lang to dito sa dito sa mismong sofa chair ko, I can just rename this one sa sofa chair or I can just rename this one fabric. It's going to be completely up to you kung paano yung naming system nyo. Next, i-rename din natin yung mga textures natin, no, para hindi rin tayo malito. This one is going to be the base color. This one is going to be roughness. And then lastly, this one is yung normal natin. Now, gets ko naman na kung ano ito, much better dito kung hindi pa kayo masyadong komportable na ma-notice kagad kung ano yung mga difference ng mga each texture na images. Kada import nyo, i-rename nyo na kagad, no? Para hindi kayo masyadong malito. But kung alam nyo na, gets nyo naman na kagad, just rename it as you would, no? Okay? So again, connect the dots lang naman yan. So base color, connect natin to base color map. Roughness, connect natin siya sa roughness map. Normal, i-connect natin siya sa bump map. Okay? So, dito, once nakuha na natin yung ating mga texture sets and ready na yung material natin. Double left click ko na lang to para minimize ko lang ulit. Minimize ko lang siya dito. Yung minimize button na lang pala dito. Click natin yan para save tayo ng space. And then, connect the dots lang natin yan. Now, again, we have two choices, no? So, yung first choice natin, we either connect yung dot natin dito, papunta dun sa selection natin, or pwede nyo i-select yung material, select your object, and then, click natin tong C. Saan ba ito? Click natin ito. Click natin dito si Assign Material to Selection. This one right here. Ito. Now, since 2024 ako, if you're still using 2023, medyo iba yung icon yan. So, you're gonna have to double check lang yung ano natin, yung icon natin. But, ito lang yun. Usually, fourth icon yun if I remember correctly, no? Kahit sa 2023. So, right here, Assign Material to Selection. Okay? So, again, select the object, select your material, and then Assign Material to Selection. Okay? And then, as you can see, pansin nyo naman na kagad, sira-sira na kagad yung material ko. No? Kapag hindi ganito itsura yung ano nyo, yung view ng viewport nyo, kung gusto nyo may mga shadows or kung gusto nyo ganyan lang, you can either switch from standard to high quality. It doesn't really matter. But my personal preference, I always go for high quality. And if you still remember why, it's because ito na yung estimate na visual natin if our scene was rendered. Okay? So let's just leave it at high quality for now. And then, let's try to fix this sofa chair, okay? So, dito sa sofa chair natin, punta tayo sa ating Modify tab. And then, sa Modify tab natin, let's open our modifier list and hanapin natin si UVW map, okay? So, if you're using 2024, super convenient na. May search bar na tayo dito. So, makikita nyo na kagad yung mga kailangan nyo, okay? So, UVW map, lagyan natin yan. And, currently, sira-sira pa rin siya, no? Which is completely fine kasi hindi pa suitable yung mapping na format natin dito. By default, UVW map is using planar mapping, no? So, one way to easily fix your objects is number one, determine nyo muna kung ano yung general form ng ating object, no? So, sa case ko dito, I am using a very cubic-like na object dito, no? So, since cubic ang by nature ang form nito, ang gagamitin natin dito si box, no? Usually din naman, regardless of the form, usually the box mapping here will always solve yung mga issues natin, no? May mga cases lang tayo, like for example, sa dalawang cushions natin dito, which I will show in a little bit. But as you can see, sa UVW map natin dito, okay na yung textures natin dito. Everything is all to scale na. So, if kung gusto nyo babaguhin yung scale natin dito sa mismong texture natin, dito lang tayo sa UNV tile natin to, no? So, tataasan lang natin yung scale natin if we want to go smaller. And if you want to go bigger, let's go lower yung value natin. Do take note lang, however, kung gagawin nyo tong process na to, yung sa UNV tile natin dito, make sure yung U and V natin is always going to be equal, no? Kasi sa cases kasi ng mga photorealistic textures, they are always seamless, no? Kapag seamless yan, ibig sabihin it's almost never ending, no? Hintsura siyang never ending, no? So parang yung tile set niya, it's seamless yun nga, no? Never ending yung naging itsura niya. So always have your U and V values be equal. Now, as for the two cushions naman dito sa ating sa ating chair, we're gonna be using yung fabric 2 natin dito, no? So, we're gonna go here sa fabric 2, and just like last time, gagamitin lang natin yung 4 or 3 core textures na kailangan natin dito. Again, si color, normal, roughness, and si metallic kung meron man, okay? So again, let's open up our material editor, press natin si M, and then let's create a new material ulit. Let's create another physical material. Lagay tayo dito. And then, click and drag na lang natin yung mga kailangan natin na textures. Number 1, si color. Next, si roughness. And then, normal GL. Okay? And then, let's close that up. Okay na tayo dyan. Let's rename na lang our materials. Let's just rename this one. Oops. Let's rename this one to fabric 2. And then dito, let's rename this one base color. This one is roughness. And lastly, this one is normal. Okay, and then connect the dots, base color to base color, roughness to roughness, and and then normal to bump. Okay, and then minimize lang natin to. And then click and drag na lang natin siya sa ating dalawang cushion dito. Or pwede natin select pareho, select our material, and then assign material to selection. There we go. Now, unlike din sa ano natin, dun sa main na foundation ng seat natin dito, this one right here, try natin i-solve siya with UV map, no? And then, i-change natin ulit siya to box mapping. Now, pansin nyo, at first glance, itsurang okay pa naman siya, no? Okay pa naman yung itsura niya. However, if you look closely, magkaiba sila ng scale dito. Magkaiba yung scale natin dito sa side and magkaiba yung scale natin dito sa pinakataas. Yung desired na scale natin dito, para mag-match siya accordingly dito sa main na seat natin, we want this one, no? Or we want to change this one. Kayo bahala kung ano yung taste nyo dito, no? So, sa case natin dito, siguro ang first na iisipin nyo, change natin yung U and V tiles natin. However, if you look closely, kapag change natin yung U or V tile natin, lahat ng scale ay nadadamay, no? So, what we want to do is we want to isolate lang a specific na orientation dito, specifically yung top view or yung mga side view natin dito. So, instead of using yung U and V tile natin, gagamitin natin yung mga dimensions natin dito. We're basically changing yung overall dimensions ng orange na box natin dito. Okay? So, mamili na lang kayo kung alin dito yung kailangan mong i-change. Siguro ang i-change na lang natin dito is yung nasa gilid. So, kung sa gilid yan, ibig sabihin nasa height yan, no? Because this is this specific dimension yan, yung height natin. So, tingnan nyo mangyari if I try to change my height, ine-extend na niya, no? Lumalaki yung box natin, as you can see here, no? Kung ayaw nyo naman sa height, kung gusto nyo baguhin lang naman yung dito sa taas natin, you can change both yung length and yung width, no? Yung length and width natin dito, it sometimes can be a little bit situational. Kailangan yung paglaruan din yan. So, sa case natin dito, as you can see, no, medyo ano pa siya, medyo kulang-kulang pa yung ating length natin dito and width natin dito. There we go. As you can see, naayos natin yan. Medyo touch and go lang naman tayo dito. It's hindi naman exactly necessarily na kailangan yung length and width natin is going to be equal. Just adjust it to how it would look nicely dito sa scene natin. Okay? And then, copy na lang natin yung mga parameters natin dito sa kabila natin. So, modifier, UVW map, and then check na lang natin. 2.82 sa length. Gawin natin to box. 2.82 sa length. How about sa width? 6.639. 6.639. And then, nasan na yun? Height, 6.76. Okay na pala. So, there we go. Naayos na natin pareho yung dalawang textures natin for this seat, no? So, it's pretty easy again. If you look closely, if I press F4 again, this one, hindi siya masyadong desirable yung overall topology ng ating model, no? Because number one, yun nga, marami tayong endgons dito. But, yun nga, using UVW map, you can easily fix yung mga textures natin if and only if hindi custom yung textures natin. Since yung textures kasi natin is downloaded from the internet, photorealistic siya by nature, and yun nga, it's made with a texture set in mind, magagamit talaga natin yung UVW map natin dito. This would only work for that specific scenario. So, sa case natin sa bagong discussion natin ngayon, which is going to be about UV unwrapping and making custom textures, UVW map is no longer gonna be applicable. No? Pwede pa siguro, sometimes siguro, kung yung gagawin nyo na kind of custom texture is going to be something like this one, yun nga, yung mga seamless na textures natin. But kung yung in mind kasi natin dito is somewhere different, no? Yung kailangan, let's say, sa mga different na sides natin dito, iba-iba yung itsura, hindi na natin magagamit talaga si UVW map sa case natin dito. We're gonna be using UV unwrapping techniques for this texturing. Okay? Okay, before we get started sa actual discussion natin with texturing to UV unwrapping, full disclaimer that you have to have a full understanding na sa mga texture sets natin, ano, okay? So, when it comes to texturing, again, it's just basically adding color or adding personality dun sa ating mga 3D models natin via yung mga image textures natin or simple shaders that we can create sa 3ds Max and or Blender, okay? So with, again, UV unwrapping, as I mentioned kanina, ang magiging priority naman natin ngayon dito is basically custom textures, okay? So we're gonna be making our own textures. Specifically, for the meantime, gagamitin muna natin yung base color, no? Because definitely, base color is the easiest texture to make. While roughness, normal, and other sorts of texture sets, yes, they can be very doable, but tuturuan ko kayo ng mga unique tricks na pwede natin magawa sa 3ds Max and pwede naman natin magawa sa Blender. But yun nga, hindi na magiging priority ko si Blender. But 3ds Max, magagawa din naman natin yung mga roughness map and yung mga other sorts of textures natin. No? And I'm also going to give you a unique site din na pwede nyo gamitin if you want to get a actual na mga detailed na mga normal maps natin using simply lang yung base color natin, no? So, nakikita nyo na dito yan, mamaya babalikan na lang natin yan for our discussion, okay? So, I won't be boring you anymore with a thorough discussion ulit sa texturing natin because we already did that last meeting. So, I'm just going to be straight discussing na kagad yung purpose natin sa UV unwrapping and what UV unwrapping is as a whole. Okay? So, UV unwrapping, siguro napansin nyo naman na siguro yan while you are searching tutorials sa YouTube natin, no? Specifically siguro sa Blender, no? 3ds Max, meron naman tayong, there are some videos out there na nagpapakita UV unwrapping. However, sa case natin ng UV unwrapping with 3ds Max and Blender, medyo night and day yung yung difference ng difficulty between the two, no? 3ds Max being the very dated na software natin and Blender nasa medyo rising star na siya. And yun nga, from my previous classes, instead of 3ds Max, usually pinapa-switch ko sila talaga to Blender because you'll know later why, kasi sobrang hassle talaga ng 3ds Max for UV unwrapping, no? But yun nga, since we are using 3ds Max na, we're gonna be using 3ds Max. But don't worry, gagamitin pa rin naman natin Blender mamaya when you're gonna be using custom textures. And again, disclaimer again, hindi nyo kailangan ng knowledge sa Blender natin, no? Kailangan lang natin yung mga basic controls lang naman ni Blender. So, at the end of the day, we're gonna be using both, no? Main priority natin dito si 3ds Max, and then while sa Blender, finishing touches lang tayo. Okay? So, with that out of the way, discuss na natin si UV unwrapping, no? So again, texturing and UV mapping, we've already discussed this. Diretso na agad tayo kay UV mapping, no? So si UV mapping, briefly natin siya na-mention using yung tawag dito, yung UVW map modifier, no? So we're basically, ang ginagawa na process niyan throughout sa buong technicalities na yon, tino-turn niya yung object natin into a 2D plane, no? We're basically turning a 3D object into a 2D plane, no? So behind the code, behind the UVW map modifier, yun ang nangyayari sa buong process na yun, kung paano niya na-fix yung buong object natin or yung buong texture natin para mag-fit siya dun sa object. Okay, so nagkaano lang tayo, konting error lang. Okay. Teka. Okay, so I'll be cutting this one. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Apologies for the sudden cut, no? Hindi nyo naman mapapansin naman na yun, but yeah, 2FA issues or whatever. But yun nga, back to our discussion again. It's UV mapping. Behind the code, it's basically turning our object into a 2D plane, no? So we're basically nile-layout niya yung mga parts ng ating 3D object into a plane, no? Into a 2D plane, and then basically parang nile-layout lang niya yung mga parts natin na yun dun sa texture natin, kaya nagmumukha siyang nagfi-fix, no? So technically, yes, it is still getting fixed, but in reality, it's still not, no? Madumi pa, kailangan talaga natin maging malinis talaga sa mga 3D model natin. While yes, nafi-fix naman ang ating mga textures using UVW map, it's not going to go so far kapag gagawa na tayo ng mga sariling textures natin, okay? So that is basically UV mapping. Yung term naman na UV natin, it basically refers to the 2D nature of the process, no? Ito lang yung basically yung X and Y axis natin, with X being U and V being Y, no? So, wala naman masyadong ano doon, wala masyadong confusion naman doon. So, it's basically that lang naman, yun. Kasi yun nga, kapag UV mapping tayo and UV unwrapping tayo, we're working with a 2D plane. And then, nililayout lang natin yung mga parts ng 3D object natin into that 2D plane para maset natin yung textures natin in that kind of scenario. Okay? So with that out of the way, next naman natin si UV unwrapping. No? Nagets yun na si UV mapping. Oh, and what is UV unwrapping naman? So more or less, it's more or less the exact same thing. No? UV mapping and UV unwrapping are both processes. However, UV mapping is a little bit more automated, while UV unwrapping, you have full control talaga. You have full control on where you lay out yung mga parts ng object natin and where you place your textures, no? However, this comes at a cost, yun nga, medyo matrabaho talaga ang UV unwrapping because we are going to be doing this manually, okay? So, medyo technical siya kapag ina-explain ko. So, the best kind of description that I want to describe para dito sa UV unwrapping, isipin nyo yung box na natin, na cutout natin, no? So, yung box na cutout natin, ito yan eh, di ba? So, if basically mga grade school, high school days yung gumawa na kayo at one point ng ganito na kind of box, where basically you have this sort of cutout na parang T-shape or cross shape, and then pinagfo-fold-fold lang natin siya into a box, no? Na basically yung cutout na yon na form natin siya into a box using that specific form. So isipin nyo, yun yung UV unwrapping. Yung UV unwrapping, that was the process yung from our box turning it into a cutout, no? Binabalik lang natin siya into a cutout. That is the whole concept behind UV unwrapping in simple terms, no? There are different concepts na pwede natin gamitin when you're gonna be UV unwrapping, which ituturo ko naman sa inyo, no? So, throughout my years of experience with UV unwrapping, while yes, this one is just like topology na medyo mahirap talaga i-master, but definitely a very fruitful na skill to na kailangan natin matutunan para hindi nga lang tayo malimit sa mga simple textures, no? So, mostly ang UV unwrapping, ginagamit natin yan for, again, yun nga, custom textures. So, saan natin ginagamit ang mga custom textures if we want something to have our own unique flair to it. Specifically, kapag gumagawa kayo ng characters or gumagawa kayo ng mga specific na mga game assets, no? Definitely, gamitan nyo siya ng ating UV unwrapping para gumawa tayo ng ating textures, no? So, more or less, the concepts behind UV unwrapping, in simple terms, again, yun lang, cube cutout lang yan. We're basically gonna be doing that. But there are other concepts din na ituturo ko sa'yo to basically help you or basically guide you kung paano natin sisimula i-unwrap yung mga 3D object natin and then form it into a 2D plane, okay? So there's going to be three concepts that I'm going to be discussing. Number one is yung dice concept. Second one is yung tawag dito, cutout concept. And then third natin is our candy wrapper concept, no? So very simple na concepts lang naman sila. Tuturo ko sa inyo. Basically, yung tatlong concepts na yun na yung pinaka 3 techniques na ginagamit natin sa industry when we're gonna be UV unwrapping. Ang nangyayari lang dyan, pinagmi-mix and match lang natin depending sa kung ano yung kailangan natin gamitin and kung ano yung sa magiging purpose na mga each part natin in terms of making our textures. Okay? So, sounds good enough? Pwede na tayong mag-start sa ating main demo. Okay? So, again, we're gonna be using 3ds Max, unfortunately. If you want to use Blender for this one, I definitely recommend because yun nga, mas madali yung Blender na UV unwrapping natin. When we're gonna be comparing it sa sa step-by-step tutorial on basically setting up your object before UV unwrapping, ang daming setup requirements dito ni 3ds Max when compared to ni Blender. Literally isang button click lang yon and we're basically good to go, no? So, bear with me if you're gonna be using 3ds Max. If you're interested in using Blender in doing your UV unwrapping, I definitely suggest it and I would recommend you check out yung ipopost ko rin na video sa ating weekly material, sa ating recording under week 6. Okay? So, meron na lalagay ko naman doon MD6 recording for 3ds Max demo, and then MD6 recording, Blender demo. Yung may Blender demo, yun yung mga dating yung tinuturo using Blender lang talaga. Okay? But for this recording, we're just gonna be using 3ds Max. Okay? So, punta na tayo sa ating software. Okay, so nandito tayo sa software natin. So you already open up 3ds Max, no? So if you're, ang choices natin ng paggamit ng 3ds Max, if you're working in 2023 or 2024, okay lang rin yan because there's really not much difference. No, I'll show it to you later mamaya kung paano natin ma-unwrap yung object natin. But for now, wag muna tayo magpakahirap sa mga complicated na objects. We're just gonna be starting with simple objects lang muna. Yun nga, because we're gonna be starting small and then work our way up later by using yung mga demo models ko dun sa ating Big Sky with the soda and yung hamburger natin. Okay? So for now, let's just start with a simple box. And yun nga, ide-demonstrate ko sa inyo yung mga basic concepts natin. Okay? So we're gonna be working with 3 different samples. Okay? So let's just make a perfect cube lang muna. So let's just change our length and width to equal amounts para yun perfect cube nga siya. And then, let's press F4 para makita natin. Okay, by the way, ito yung mga ano natin, yung ating mga hotkeys ko and mga shortcuts, no? It's a little bit unfortunate na ganito to. So, wala kasi tayong option kay 3ds Max to really screen capture yung ano natin, yung mga hotkeys ko. So, look closely na lang dito sa mga pinipindot ko, no? So, every time I press something, you'll just see it naman na, no? Okay? So, dito sa part natin dito, ito yung mga mouse ko and then this is my keyboard, okay? So, again, we're gonna be doing 3 objects. So, let's just make it, puro box lang muna tayo and then i-showcase ko sa inyo, one by one, yung mga different concepts natin, okay? Dadagdagan lang, don't worry, mga magkakaiba yan mamaya, no? We're gonna be working with, something simple and then something a bit more complex sa cube natin, ano? And then we're gonna be basically mixing and matching them later on sa demo natin, okay? So sa case natin dito, let's rename our first box as our dice concept. So let's just rename this one dice concept. Our second box, let's rename this one as cutout concept. And then, yung box 3 natin, let's rename it as Candy W or Candy Wrapper Concept. Candy Wrapper Concept. Okay? So, ba't ko pinangalan yan? No? So, don't quote me on this, guys. These are my own concepts and these are what I call it because yun nga, it's the closest sort of process na nangyayari sa concept na yon to basically explain what is about to happen sa certain objects na yon. Okay? So let's first start dito sa dice concept natin, okay? Now, before we start UV unwrapping any sort of 3D model na ginagawa natin dito, we have to note a couple of things first, okay? So, mga kailangan lang natin i-note muna is, first of all, let me just change this one. Yung mga first note na kailangan natin dito, number 1, if you're gonna be working with a finished model, make sure na wala siyang open subdiv. There are no open subdivs yet, okay? No open subdivs muna tayo. Because, number 1, ang mangyayari kasi dito, if you still remember, with open subdivs, dinadagdagan yung geometry natin, okay? So, the one thing that you should note sa UV unwrapping, it's definitely much easier if you have less geometry to work with, no? Kasi ang mangyayari dyan, we're gonna be selecting mga edges natin, and then we're basically gonna cut it, no? So, para mapadali ang buhay nyo, wag nyo munang lagyan ng open subdiv. So, ang mangyayari when you're gonna be doing your modeling process, tapusin nyo muna yung form ng model. And as I mentioned before, when it comes to high poly modeling, form first before quality. So, make open subdiv always last. Okay? So, mangyayari dyan, ang UV unwrapping natin will always come second to last. Okay? So, yung two last modifiers na kailangan natin dito, number 1, yung open subdiv should be last, and then yung unwrapping natin, yung UV unwrapping natin will always come second to last. Okay? Next natin. Aside from no open subdivs, number 1, ang pinaka-important next na kailangan natin gawin dito is make sure that the object that you are creating, make sure that the object is final na. Wala na kayong kailangan gawin dito na sort of edits. Make sure satisfied na kayo fully dun sa model. And possible na mangyayari lang dyan, lalagyan nyo na lang siya ng open subdiv. So make sure, make double sure talaga na final na yung version ng object na yun. Because after we unwrap it, hindi nyo na siya pwedeng baguhin. No? I mean, pwede nyo pa rin baguhin. However, kapag binago nyo yun, kailangan nyo siyang i-unwrap ulit. And then yun nga, magiging hassle ulit yun. So, make sure na lang natin na that the object is final. No? Final iteration na natin. And then lastly, after na ma-determine nyo na final iteration na yan ng object nyo, convert it natin into an editable poly. No? Basically, ang mangyayari dyan, convert it into an editable poly. Ang mangyayari kasi dito, basically, ang naging assume kasi natin dito, marami kayong modifiers dito sa ating modifier list. Okay? Kapag marami kayong modifier list, that's fine, no? Kapag hindi kayo gagamit ng UV unwrapping. But if we're gonna be using this specific model sa UV unwrapping natin, kailangan natin remove yung mga stock ng mga modifiers natin. So, one way na ma-remove natin yung stock ng mga modifiers natin and still have it remain looking the same, i-convert lang natin sila into an editable poly. Basically, save state, no? It's a permanent save state, no? Hindi na tayo pwedeng bumalik sa last time because yun nga, this one should be our final iteration and yun nga, kailangan na natin siyang i-convert ulit into an editable poly para wala na yung stock ng mga modifiers natin dito. Okay? So, yun lang naman yung kailangan natin tandaan before we start unwrapping our object. Again, no open subdivs. Make this one last. Make this one last. Next, make sure that the object is in its final iteration. And then lastly, i-convert natin siya into an editable poly para ma-remove yung stock ng mga modifiers natin. Okay? So once you take note of this one, start na tayo. So, number 1, kailangan natin siyang finalan. So we're gonna be working with simple cubes lang muna. Don't worry. So let's just assume na ito na yung mga finished model natin. So yung first na natin, dice concept, let's say sa tatlo na to, tapos sa lahat to, no? So convert na natin siya into an editable poly. Hindi ko naman kailangan lagyan to ng open subdiv, so hindi ko na muna siya lalagyan ng open subdiv. Diretso na kagad ako convert to editable poly because yun nga, I'm just assuming here na tapos na tayo sa model natin dito, tapos tayo sa mga box natin dito, itanggalin na lang natin yung mga stock ng modifiers natin. Okay? So basically, at the end of the day, yung first setup natin sa ating UV unwrapping process is number 1, convert it into an editable poly. Okay? So next, press natin si F4, no? Para makita lang natin yung mga geometry natin because definitely you're gonna need this one. Medyo masakit sa mata yung UV unwrapping natin kay 3ds Max. Sa 3ds Max 2023, mas masakit yon. For 2024, it's a little bit bearable na, no? So, double check nyo na lang sa version nyo. If you want to update, that's completely fine. Okay? So, selecting yung dice concept na model natin, press natin C4 for face select because what we're gonna be doing, we're gonna be selecting everything. So, press natin si Control A to select every single face natin dito because this one is going to be important kapag lalagyan na natin yung specific na modifier natin for UV unwrapping. We need to tell that modifier na we have already selected all of the geometry. That way, bibigyan niya tayo ng preliminary or initial na mga sort of guide dun sa ating sa ating object dito for our UV unwrapping, which I will discuss later kung ano ba yung mga guide na yon and kung ano yung mga helpers natin na yon to basically start our UV unwrapping process. Okay? So after selecting yung buong object natin, yung buong geometry natin, punta tayo sa modifier list and then just type in unwrap UVW. No? So unwrap UVW. So again, it's 2024, may search bar na tayo dito. So select na lang natin si unwrap UVW. And then as you can see here, nagkaroon tayo ng mga green lines natin dito, no? Now, don't panic just yet. Okay na to, no? So far, if we just select outside sa outside ng selection natin dito, pansin nyo, the object here, or basically yung mga sinelect natin kanina, it all turned red, no? Or pinkish in color, no? So, ito yung sinasabi ko medyo masakit sa mata. So, you're gonna have to look closely talaga kung ano yung mga sineselect ng object natin. As you can see here, remember, I'm still in face select. I'm in unwrap UVW modifier. double check nyo kung saan niya sineselect yung mga selection nyo. Okay? So, after that's done, punta naman tayo dito sa ating Edit UVW. Okay? So, after na dito na tayo, punta tayo sa Edit UVs, no? Dito sa Edit UVs natin, and then ang gagawin natin dito, yung mga green lines natin dito, these are what we call our seams, no? S-E-A-M-S, okay? So, seams, just like in real life, it basically connects two edges together, no? It basically connects or separates two edges together. So, with that in mind, with the definition of seams in mind, ang nangyayari sa UV unwrapping is we need to select certain edges sa ating object to basically add seams to. Okay? So we're gonna be selecting edges and then we're gonna be turning them into seams. Don't worry, hindi siya mag-affect dito sa buong model natin because yun nga, we already finished our model. Kapag nilagyan na natin siya ng unwrap UVW, we're just doing our final touches dito sa ating model. Okay? So, to basically reset yung mga green lines natin dito or yung mga seams natin, this one is super easy, okay? So, mangyari lang natin dito, this one works in all na, tawag dito, in all orientations. So, let's just reorient na lang this para madali natin gamitin. So, ito yung front, ito yung right. And then, dito sa Edit UVs, we're gonna see three icons here, no? On hover, yung first one natin, it says here, Quick Planar Map. Yung second one is Display Quick Planar Map. And then lastly, ito yung Align Quick Planar Map. So, ang gagawin natin, we're gonna be pressing and holding left click dito sa third icon. Press and hold left click. And then, select lang natin si Y. Okay. So, after yung pag-select si Y, basically press and hold lang yan and then let go lang kayo dito sa Y. Magkakaroon tayo ng ganitong sort of guide. Don't worry, don't touch anything just yet. Ang gagawin natin diretso ngayon, click na kagad natin tong Quick Planar Map. And then, once I click this one, oops, hindi pala natin sinelect lahat. We need to select everything first, guys, no? Let's select everything first. So, Control A muna. So, completely my fault. Let's press Control A. And then, ulit natin si Y. And then, Quick Planar Map. There we go. Na-reduce na yung, nawala na yung green lines natin. No? So, isang click lang yan. So, makapansin nyo naman yan, no? So, Control Z ulit natin. Let's redo it again. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Ayan, there we go. So, right here, no? So, you're gonna have to select it first, no? So, by default, nakaselect naman si Polygon. So, let's just press Control A na lang ulit. And then, press and hold, left-click sa Align Quick Planar Map dito. Press and hold natin. And then, let go tayo sa YY. And then, Quick Planar Map. Click lang natin to, yung first icon. And then, just click na lang ating outside. And you'll see, wala na yung mga green lines natin. No? So, we're basically, dinelete natin lahat ng ating mga seams, no? So far, seems easy enough, no? But yun nga, we're still setting up, no? Because ang kailangan natin desire before we start UV unwrapping is we need to have a clean slate dito sa object natin because we're gonna be adding our seams ourselves, okay? So sa case natin with the dice concept, ang gagawin natin dito, the idea behind the dice concept is basically what you're gonna be doing is you're gonna be thinking of this specific cutout. Ito, no? Yung parang cross na shape natin dito. This one right here. You're basically gonna keep thinking of that. And then, once you thought of that exact form, you're gonna be applying that dun sa object nyo. Okay? So, paano natin na-apply yan, no? So, this one, I can't exactly say a perfect technique on this one because this relies heavily on your imagination, no? I-imagine nyo yung object nyo and then, kapag in-unwrap nyo siya, think of it in this shape, no? Not necessarily na perfect na ganitong exactly shape. No. Basically, you're gonna think of the entire object, yung ginawa nyo na object. So, let's say sofa. I-unwrap nyo siya and then try to think of this form while you are adding your seams, okay? So, bibigyan ko kayo ng guide. Medyo technical pa nga siya, no? Don't worry, bibigyan ko kayo ng guide, no? So, we're gonna be making this specific dice lang muna, okay? So, I'm gonna walk you guys through it. After na setup na natin yan, natanggal na natin yung seams natin dito, what we're gonna be doing next is click natin tong si Open UV Editor. Right here, dito sa Edit UVs, click natin si Open UV Editor. Okay? So, sa Open UV Editor natin, it will basically open up this window right here. Ito yung UV Editor natin. So, basically, this is where we see yung mga parts ng object natin, which I will later tell kung ano yung mga actual name natin dyan. But for now, focus tayo dito on both screens. So we have our viewport and we have our UV editor. Okay? So, to start UV unwrapping, again, kailangan natin dito si seams. We need to tell the software na, okay, we're gonna be selecting edges now, and then what I'm gonna be doing is I'm going to tell you alin dito yung mga gagawin kong seams, no? Yung mga green lines natin kanina. We're basically gonna tell the software which the seams are, so when we're gonna be unwrapping it later, ang mangyayari dyan, ang gagawin ni 3ds Max, it's going to basically unwrap our object. Automated naman na yan, no? I-unwrap niya yung object natin based dun sa mga seams natin. And yung form na makukuha natin, it entirely depends dun sa ginawa nyo ng mga seams. Okay? So, let's start with our seams. Okay? So, going back dito sa ating example, no? Itong dice na cutout natin with this cross na shape natin dito. The one key thing that you're gonna want to remember for the dice concept is sa case natin ng dice, isipin nyo yung outline ng ating cutout natin na to. Ito yung guide natin for our seams. Okay? So, that's our number one guide dito. Outline, those are our seams for the object. Second one, the easiest way to tell kung saan tayo magandang mag-start is i-determine nyo muna sa object nyo nasaan yung front. No? Alin dyan yung magiging front view ng object natin. And then, it will resolve itself as you go on, no? So, pwede nyo, after nyo mahanap yung front nyo, sunod nyo si front or si left or right. It entirely depends on your personal preference. Okay? So, knowing that, palit tayo kay 3ds Max. Let's try to determine nasan dito yung front. Okay? So, for ease natin dito, let's just determine na yung this portion right here, just like in our 3D cube, ito yung front natin, no? So, let's just determine this is our front, okay? And then this is our top, this is our right, and this is our left, okay? So, na-determine na natin yung front. After nyo niya, i-determine nyo nasan dito yung top, nasan dito yung left and right natin. So, let's just say ito yung top natin, no? Follow na lang natin yung 3D cube natin dito. So, again, that's another guide na makikita nyo rin, no? Let's say this is our top. So, sa case natin dito, when you're gonna be UV unwrapping, try to work slowly because for 3ds Max, mahirap tayo mag-delete ulit ng mga seams natin, no? Because the only way, the only proper way when we're gonna be deleting mga seams kasi natin is we have to reset it again, no? It's sad to say yun nga, kaya pinapa-recommend ko na pumunta lang kayo si Blender because yun nga, a few button clicks lang yun, na-delete naman na natin yung mga seams natin. But for 3ds Max, yun nga, you should already know your stuff already. Yun ang ina-assume dito ng 3ds Max. So, medyo high-risk situation tayo dito when you're gonna be using UV unwrapping sa 3ds Max natin. So, what we're gonna be doing now, press natin C2 to go to our edge select or just click nyo lang to. Yun nandito sa selection. Edge select tayo dyan. And then, let's determine which are where we are going to be placing our seams. Okay? So, again, front, this is our top view. So, knowing na ito yung top view natin, let's go back dun sa form natin ng dice. Okay? So, we determined that this one is our front, this one is our top. Okay? And again, yung first note natin dito, yung outline ng dice cutout natin dito, those are our guides for where the seams will be. Okay? Tapos yung mga white lines natin nasa loob, basically pinagfo-fold-fold lang niya yan. Okay? So, ang mangyayari dito, knowing na ito yung top natin, isipin natin dito, okay, itong mga lines natin dito, yung nasa left and right side and then yung top side ng top na plane natin dito, those are going to be seams. Basically, ipa-place lang natin yung mga seams na to according to the location specified dun sa inimagine natin na cutout. Okay? So, knowing that, pwede nating sabihin na nandito yung isang seam natin. Then press and hold control. Left click ulit tayo dito sa isa. And then left click din tayo dito sa isa. Okay? While it's a good idea rin na multiple na instance tayo nagse-select, maganda rin kasi dito na paisa-isa lang kayo ng select lang muna. Para yun nga, you are going to be very careful sa pag-select natin ng mga edges before we make them into a seam. Okay? So, select an edge na gagawin nating seam. So, let's just start with this one right here. And then, dito sa UV editor natin, may makikita kayo dito. It says here, explode. Okay? So, explode, isa lang yung magiging option natin dyan. Click natin itong si break. Click natin yan. And as you, di pala natin na-click, sorry. Click lang natin yan. Okay, so, ito rin, number one problem din. Minsan nagbabug out talaga ang UV editor ni 3ds Max, okay? So, nangyayari dito, I'm selecting an edge, pero as I click explode, it's not working. Hindi nagpapakita yung green line. So, it's a common bug, which, yun nga, very unfortunate na hanggang ngayon, for almost 9 years now, nandito pa rin to. No? So, kapag nagko-occur yung ganun na bug, ang gagawin lang natin na solution dito is, instead of using one selection lang, do multiple selections. Okay? So, gagawin natin, diretso na lang natin siyang select yung mga seams natin dito sa taas. This one here, and then this one here. And then, click ulit natin itong si explode. As you can see here, kapag biglang nag-turn pink yung selection nyo, ibig sabihin, if I click outside na, pansin nyo, yung mga edges natin, they turn green. That means, nagkaroon na tayo ng seams dito sa object natin. Now, the question here na lang is, are we finished adding seams dito sa object natin? So, let's try and see, no? Let's try to unwrap our first object, okay? So, babalik ulit tayo sa face select natin, yung polygon select, or press natin 3. Then, press natin si Control A to select everything again. And then, balik tayo sa UV editor. So, let's scroll down. May makikita kayo dito, peel, okay? So, wala na kayong kailangan galawin dyan. Ang pipindutin lang natin dito is this one right here. It says here on hover, quick peel. So, click lang natin yan. Will it turn into the cutout? Let's find out. Okay. So, it didn't turn into our desired cutout. But, as you can see, yun nga, na-unwrap na yung object natin. This basically states yun nga, kapag yung unwrapping natin, yung automated na siya, no? It's basically going to use yung current na seam setup natin and then i-unwrap na niya kagad yung ginawa natin. But, as you can see, hindi pa to yun, no? But, we can determine a few couple of things. So, number one, again, if you remember, ang seams natin, they both connect and separate mga edges together, no? So, let's try to determine, nahiwalay nga ba tong tatlong edges natin dito, tong tatlong seams natin. So, every time I select an edge here, pansin nyo, sineselect niya dito. So, after selecting this one, knowing na may seam tayo dito, pansin nyo, wala na siyang kakonect. It means, na-separate natin siya properly. Selecting yung other two naman natin dito, as you can see here, na-separate natin siya. And as you can see here, ito yung kadugtong niya. And then, if I select this one, ito siya, nakahiwalay din siya, ito yung kadugtong niya. So that means, they are working accordingly. No? So tama na tayo sa mga ginagawa natin. The only thing left now is, para makuha natin yung dice na cutout na concept natin, is, we need to add more seams dito sa object natin. So let's continue on dun sa guide natin. Okay? So, nasettle na natin yun dito sa taas natin. Paano naman dito sa left and right natin? Because that's the most common sense na pwede natin gagawin dito, no? Because ito yung dalawang malapit natin. So, dito sa taas natin, we can easily determine that this portion right here and this portion right here is connected to this one and this one respectively. The question is, bakit? Remember, use your imagination on this one. Ang desire natin dito sa cutout natin is basically, after we fold it, dapat mag-form siya dun sa 3D object natin. Sa case natin dito, we're basically turning it into a dice. Okay? So, sa case natin na yon, ang mangyayari dyan, isipin nyo, kapag finold natin to and pinag-fold natin tong dalawa na to, magko-connect ba tong dalawa? The answer is, yes, magko-connect tong dalawa. So, technically, we already have the seams right here and right here dito sa 3D object natin, which is basically this one and this one. So, okay, may seams na tayo doon. So, wala tayong idadagdag dyan, di ba? So, knowing na yung saan yung placement natin dito, tingnan nyo naman yung mga other na guides natin dito, yung other seams natin dito. So, may kakonect siya dito, may pababa, and then meron din siya dito sa baba. And then meron din dito sa part natin dito. So, basically, gayahin lang natin yon. So, alam natin, ito siya. Alam natin na may kadugtong din siya dito. And magkadugtong rin siya dito. And then next, dito rin sa kabila. Control, left click lang yan. And then, once they're all selected,
Gawin lang natin, explode. And then, as you can see here, nagkaroon ulit tayo ng seams dito. So basically, okay na yung left and right natin and yung top side natin. So, try ulit natin i-unwrap. And then let's ask ourselves again, makukuha na kaya natin yung dice na cut out natin. So, pressing ulit tong si polygon select or press natin sa 3. Press Ctrl A to select everything. And again, quick peel tayo. Okay. The question here na lang, how? No, because remember, if you remember, we only made seams for the top, left, and right natin. Saan nang galing itong dalawa na seams natin dito? Again, isipin nyo ulit to. Use your imagination, di ba? If we try to fold this one again, which one connects to which? No? So again, this one right here, itong side natin dito and side natin dito, nakakonect siya sa side natin dito and sa side natin dito. Next naman, we can also assume that this one right here, since ang seam lang natin dito is nasa gilid lang niya, saan nag-connect to? This one should connect to this one, and this one should be connecting to this one. See what happens. So, select ko, no? If I select this one, magka-connect sila. If I select this one, magka-connect sila, no? So, paano naman yun dito? Sa baba natin. If I select this one, as you can see here, dun siya nakadikit. And then this one, dun naman. And then the last one, this one right here, dun siya nakadikit sa ating pinakataas. So that's basically the whole concept behind the dice concept, no? So again, hindi nyo necessarily kailangan i-form yung ganitong specific shape, yung literal na piece by piece na ganito yung shape ng magiging cutout nyo. No, isipin nyo lang yung buong object nyo and try to think of it as basically when you try to unwrap it, try to overlap it dito sa mismong shape ng cutout natin dito. Okay? So that is our first concept. That is our dice concept. Now, before we end off yung sa dice concept natin, let's try to fix muna yung orientation natin dito. Because yun nga, tapos na yung cutout natin dito. Or sa case natin dito, the more technical term for this one is UV island. Okay, so this is what we call an island. Okay, yung mga parts na mga sineseparate natin sa objects natin, basically yung mga ganito, yung mga na-unwrap natin, they are what we call UV islands. Okay, so yung UV islands na yon, doon tayo naglalagay ng texture. Okay, so knowing na yung UV islands is where we place our textures, those are basically our line art guide, no? So mangyari dito, yung UV islands natin dito, sa grid na box natin dito, or this is what we call our UV map, what we're gonna be doing is more or less parang personal preference lang natin dito. No? So let's just press Ctrl A, basically selecting this whole island natin dito, and then i-reorient nyo lang siya to how you would start making your textures, or basically how you're gonna start adding color to this one, or start adding texture for this one. Okay, so personally for me, if I'm gonna be doing this one, press lang natin si E to rotate, and then let's just lay it like that. Okay, so diretso lang siya. It's a full straight na na dice cutout. No fancy stuff dito. No, so ang mangyayari dito, you might say na tapos na tayo dito. No, but no, hindi pa to tapos, because one thing that you should note when you're gonna be reorienting yung mga islands natin dito, we should keep our islands, or basically all of the parts ng ating object, inside yung grid natin dito. Because yun nga, itong UV map natin dito, isa-save natin yan. No? Isa-save natin yan. Basically, kung ano yung laman nito, kung ano yung mga laman dito ng mga UV islands, isa-save natin yan. I-export natin yan into an image, and then ililipat natin siya to your art program of choice. So, mangyayari dito, let's just place it somewhere beneficial for you. And then, scale down lang natin dito. Kasi yun nga, medyo malaki to. So, press lang natin si R to scale. And then, uniform scaling lang yan. No? So, my best advice for you when you're gonna be reorienting and then rescaling yung ating mga UV islands natin dito, try to think of a way na i-prioritize yung mga makikita talaga dun sa object natin. Yung madaling makita, madaling mapansin. No? Para malaki-laki yung space na mapro-provide natin sa ating sarili when we're gonna be adding textures to that certain part. No? So sa case natin dito with the dice concept, this one is a fairly simple na cutout or fairly simple na UV island. So there's really nothing fancy about it. But yun nga, meron pa tayong dalawang concepts. Babalikan ulit natin to, yung pag-reorient ng mga UV islands. Okay? So sa case natin dito, we're basically done with our UV map. Okay na UV island natin dito. The one thing left to do now is basically save this one as an image. Okay? So, dito ulit sa UV editor natin dito, we don't really need to select anything anymore because yun nga, meron naman na tayong data dito. Make sure lang natin dito na walang nag-overlap dito sa black border natin dito. Konting guide lang rin, huwag nyo ilalagpas siya dito sa black na border natin dito. Just keep everything inside, okay? So, once everything is all good, punta lang tayo sa tools. And then, hanapin tong render UVW template. It should be the final option right here, no? So, again, UV editor, punta tayo sa tools, punta sa render UVW template. Click natin yan, and it's gonna open up this pop-up right here, okay? So, isa-isay natin to. So, mga hindi nyo kailangan galawin, ito, render target. We don't need to touch that. Ang kailangan nyo naman next dito is width and height natin. Now, this one is pretty important because, number one, when you're gonna be exporting yung mga UV maps natin, we need to keep it in a square format. Hindi pwede siya mag-iba ng aspect ratio, okay? It should always be in a square format. I don't know why, but yun nga, it's always going to be like that, no? That's how basically any sort of engine reads it. I don't know the full history on that, but yun nga, if you're gonna be making custom textures and you're gonna be exporting a UV map, keep it in a square format, okay? So by default, 1024 and 10 by 20, 1024 yan. Kung gusto nyo patakasan yan to 2K or 4K, be my guest, okay? Kayo bahala dyan. So, let's just keep it at 1024 by 1024. Next naman natin, we can actually render this out na, but personally, based on my personal preference, I remove yung mga seam edges natin dito. Ito yung basically yung mga green lines natin yan. So, if I remove this one, matatanggal lang yung mga green lines na yan after we render this one, okay? So, that's basically it, no? We don't need to change anything dito. So, yun lang kailangan natin, width and height. And then, if you're medyo conscious ka dito sa mga green lines natin dito, tanggalin nyo lang yung seam edges dito. Okay? And then, once all done na yan, click lang natin tong render UV template. And then, it should open up this pop-up right here, no? So, basically, showcase niya dito yung ginawa natin na UV map. And then, ang gagawin lang natin dito, click nyo lang tong save icon. Ito, save image. Click lang natin yan. And then, sa ating project folder, okay? So, hanapin nyo yung project folder natin, no? So, let's just assume na rin meron tayong project folder for this one. I'm just gonna use a demo folder, which is right here. So, saan natin ilalagay yung mga UV maps natin? No? So, lalagay natin siya dito sa textures natin. And then, sa textures natin, we're gonna be opening up a new folder, okay? So, sa case natin, sa new folder natin dito, we're gonna be renaming this one UV maps, no? Mas maganda rin i-ano siya, all caps na siya para alam nyo kagad yung purpose ng folder na yon, okay? So, lagyan natin dyan, UV maps. And then, let's open that up. And then, sa file name natin, it's better to, yun nga, i-rename nyo siya according to sa anong object yan, anong model yung, anong pangalan ng model na yon. So, let's just rename this one via yung pangalan ng model natin, which is si Dice Concept _ UV, okay? So, yun yung whole naming convention ko for this one. So, okay na yan. Name ng 3D model and then _UV. Next, save as file type, no? So, we're gonna be changing this one into a PNG kasi kailangan natin to transparent para, yun nga, malagyan natin siya ng texture dito sa ating scene, okay? So, click natin tong si PNG image and we're basically done, no? So, click lang natin si save. And then, let's just click OK on this one. We don't need to change anything. And yun na yun. So, after na-save na natin yan, let's just open up yung demo folder natin. So, textures, andito siya sa UV maps, and it's right here. If I open it up, ayan yan, no? So, as you can see, transparent background siya, and nakikita lang natin yung outlines natin, which is what we want. So, after natin malagay na dito yung UV map natin, pwede na tayong diretso sa ating art program of your choice. Now, again, I don't do Photoshop. I use other programs. So, I'm gonna be using Open Canvas for this demo. So, kung ano yung alternate nyo dito, we're basically just gonna be doing that, no? So, what we're gonna be doing dito sa first custom texture natin is we're just gonna make a simple dice, no? Dice na texture lang, okay? So, gagawin lang natin, click and drag lang tayo. So, if you're using Open Canvas, just click and drag lang tayo dyan, no? So, currently, nakikita ba natin? Oh, hindi natin makita. So, ano lang tayo, careful lang muna tayo dito. Teka, di ko makita rin eh. So, nandito siya eh, no? So, it's just a little bit invisible. So, maglagay lang tayo ng panibagong layer. Which layer is this again? Teka, nalito ko, teka. Okay, so let's just rename this layer lang muna. Let's just rename this one as UV map. Kapag ganyan yung case na yan, just rename it para makita natin. And then, let's add a new layer. Let's bring this down. And then, let's add a paint bucket tool. Tapos bigyan lang natin ng black na color. It doesn't really matter kung hindi siya makita. Ayan o, currently. So, ang mangyayari dito, when you're gonna be making your first custom textures, again, we're gonna need to do a couple of things first. No? Number one is, it doesn't really matter kung ano yung kulay nyo dito sa background natin. As long as outside yung color natin dito sa mismong islands natin, hindi niya ma-read yung kulay na yon. So currently, pansin nyo, background ko dito is color black. If I just leave this at black and then diretsong save ko na tong buong image, whole line art and everything and all, ito lang yung makikita natin, no? Just color black tapos may mga guidelines tayo na white, no? Yan yung makikita natin. So basically, what we're gonna be doing when you're gonna be making your textures, yung mga lines natin dito, basically itong cutout natin, yung mga UV islands natin dito, when you're gonna be saving your textures na, make sure i-hide natin yan, okay? So basically what we're gonna be doing nang talaga is we're basically going to fill up yung laman ng UV island na yan to the texture of our choosing. So sa case natin ngayon, ang goal lang muna natin dito is we're just gonna make a simple na texture, no? So let's just add a new layer. So ito yung gagawin na natin na basic layer ng colors natin. So let's just um let's just add na lang yung color white na natin. Hindi ko na masyado matandaan to. Wait, let's just use magic wand. Nope. Let's select this one, UV map. Okay. So, let's just select everything here. Yung naka magic wand natin. And then let's paint bucket all of them. Okay, so okay na yan. And then, sa case natin dito, we just need to add yung black na marks natin dito. Nothing fancy. Again, change lang natin to a different brush. Oh, let's just change it to a different color. Wait, masyadong malaki to. Ano ba? Pwedeng gamitin na brush. So, hanap lang kayo ng gusto nyong brush na gamitin. Let's just make use of pen. Okay na to. So, just going to make a very, very quick na, na texture ng dice natin. So, let's just 1. Next natin is 2. Next natin dito isipin lang natin alin dito yung saan mag-start yon. So, 1, 2, 3. Next is 4. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. And then 5. Ganito siya. Okay. And then 6 should be like this one. Then, okay na yan. So, a simple dice lang to. So, this one is a very simple dice. We don't need to do anything fancy for this one. So, only thing left to do now is i-select na lang natin yung buong object natin dito. And then, let's remove yung UV map natin. Yung UV map na layer natin, i-hide nyo lang yan because what we're gonna be doing now, kung gusto nyo dagdagan pa to ng mga brush strokes dito, siguro pwede pa naman yan. Kung ginawa nyo yung ginawa ko, sure, go ahead. Lang natin yan. So, let's just retouch this one again. Oops. Saan yung brush ko? Okay, so let's just remove this one. Okay lang kahit magpaslagpas tayo sa ating sa ating outline because yun nga ang babasahin lang naman niya dito is yung nasa loob. Okay? So okay lang lumagpas-lagpas kayo diyan. So I'm just overlapping things at this point. Oops, sumobra. Masyadong malaki yung brush. Okay. So, more or less, ito na yung gusto ko. No? Okay, wait. Dito pa pala sa taas. No? So, let's just do this. Overlap na lang natin yung, yung mga nasa gilid para safe tayo sa mga parang black na lines. Kung gusto niyo yung mga black lines na yun, sure, go ahead. It's up to you. Kasi personal preference na lang yan. No? You're basically making your own texture na at this point. So, for me, overlap ko na lang lahat. Kasi medyo ako dyan. Okay. Oops. Careful lang tayo dun sa mga textures natin inside. Okay. So, okay na to, no? So, let's say ito na yung texture natin. Again, before you save this final textures of ours, hide nyo muna si UV map, not unless gusto nyo talaga makita yung mga geometry natin. But if satisfied na kayo dyan, let's just save as. Again, this one is going to be entirely different kung ano yung kung ano yung software na ginagamit nyo. But yun nga, at this point, you're basically gonna be saving this new texture na into a new image. Okay, so I'm just going to go to my project folder. Where's the demo, UV Unwrapping. Punta ako sa textures. And then, let's just create a new folder na lang dito. Let's just rename this one as Dice Concept. Dice Concept model. And then, let's open that up. Rename na lang natin dito. Let's just rename this one. Instead of UV na, we're gonna be renaming this one as base color. Okay? And then, change natin type to PNG or JPEG. Kayo bahala. It doesn't really matter. But yun nga, para consistent tayo, let's just use PNG. Okay? So, click lang natin sa save. And then, we don't need transparent PNG. Make sure 24-bit na lang yan. Hindi natin kailangan na transparent na yung image. Not unless gusto nyo, but it doesn't really matter naman na But yun nga, para madali natin mapansin kagad sa folder natin, make sure hindi siya transparent PNG, okay? So, 24-bit PNG, click natin OK, and then save the image na siya. And then, once we open up our folder again, if we go back here, hanapin natin si Dice Concept. Ito na yung finished texture natin. So, once we have our finished texture, yung sad excuse of our finished texture, let's just go back here. And then, balik tayo sa ating object natin dito. Let's press M to open our material editor. And then, let's go to our physical material. And then, gagawin naman natin dito is ilalagay natin tong texture natin. Lagay natin siya dito. And then, let's add it to our base color map. Okay? And then, let's rename this one. As you can see here, kita nyo na yung texture. Let's rename this one as Dice Concept kasi yun ang magiging purpose niya. And then, let's minimize. And then, kabit na lang natin siya dito sa ating object. And then, see what happens. Remember, yung nasa gitna natin should be our 1. Kabit na lang natin siya. As you can see, na-read na niya yung texture natin. And as you can see nga dun sa ating open canvas, it follows along dun sa orientation natin. So, ito na dito na sa case yung medyo hectic na. No? Kapag wala tayong sort of program na nag-guide sa atin na visually, live, nakikita natin yung ginagawa natin. No? So, ang nangyari dito, if you're just gonna be working with an art program and then yung 3D software nyo, pabalik-balik kayo. No? Yung usual na magiging process nyo dyan, pabalik-balik kayo sa art program, pabalik-balik kayo dito, titingnan nyo kung nasa ang orientation na ba kayo. Always look at it. No? Kaya yun nga, when you're gonna be placing your UV islands according to the preferences of your choosing, always look back dun sa original na view natin dito para makita lang natin yung difference between the two, no? Kung tama ba yung pinaglalagay nyo. Okay? So, don't mind this one. As you can see, medyo putol to. Hindi to dahil sa texture natin. It's because of our created texture here, no? Na overlap ko siya dito. So, konting fix lang yan. So, madali lang yan, no? But, yun nga, guaranteed, hindi naman yan dahil sa error natin dito sa paggawa ng seams, no? It's error on my part na lang sa paggawa ng texture, no? But, as you can see, okay na yung buong texture natin. And I'll prove it to you guys once again na yung mga, basically anything outside dun sa mga UV islands natin, no matter what we write dito sa ating, sa ating background, as long as hindi siya inside dun sa UV island natin, it doesn't really matter kung ano yung ilagay nyo. No? So, let's just add a very ano lang, a very simple na dash na lang dito sa atin. Let's just add a dash. Let's just add an X. Remember, meron tayo dito. And then let's just save it again. Let's just save as. And then let's just rename this one as base color 2 na lang. Okay? And then, save natin siya as PNG. Click natin save. 24-bit PNG. Click OK. Click OK. And then, i-import naman natin yung dun sa ating texture, no? So, tanggalin na muna natin to. And then, let's import yung ginawa natin na bago, yung may X na texture. Okay? So, this one right here. Lagyan natin siya dito. And then, connect lang natin siya sa base color map. As you can see, wala kayo nakikita na X mark dito sa object natin. Because yun nga, it's outside our UV islands on this one. Okay? So, with that said, congratulations, you've made your first texture pala, your first created texture if you decided to follow along with this demo. So, well done on you, no? But yun nga, that is just one concept, no? Yung other two concepts natin, they are going to be fairly easy, but yun nga, if you're still with me, follow along tayo dun sa next na concept natin, which is going to be the cutout concept. Okay, sa case naman natin dito sa cutout concept, as the name suggests, what we're gonna be doing here sa model natin dito is we're just basically gonna cut pieces out sa ating model, and then they will serve as our UV islands for this one. Okay? So, para magkaroon tayo ng a bit more complexity dito sa object natin, let's try to add some extrusions sa ating object, no? So, let's select our object, and okay, naka-editable poly naman na siya. So, let's just add some simple extrusions, okay? So, let's press W, extrude lang tayo dito. Kayo bahala dyan kung paano nyo i-extrude. Kayo bahala. So, let's just make this simple na basic na edit lang dito. It doesn't really matter kung anong gawin nyo. Make it as complex as you want, but not too complex because yun nga, this is gonna be your first try pa lang, okay? So, let's say sa case natin dito, we're okay with this one, no? So, we've made a very complex na structure na konti. Ang mangyari dito sa cutout concept natin dito, as the name suggests, we're gonna be cutting out pieces of parts dito sa object natin dito. Okay? So, note, I'm still working yun sa natin. Nandito yung front, nandito yung right, no? Because just like modeling, it would be best na ganito rin yung gawin nyo na form of orientation. Okay? So, sa case natin with cutout concept, knowing na we're just gonna be cutting pieces out, the question here to ask na lang is, how would we know kung ano yung kailangan natin i-cut out? Kung ano yung mga certain parts natin dito na kailangan natin i-cut out. Now, one guide na ituturo ko sa iyo dito is basically, use nyo yung mga specific na orientations natin. Gamitin nyo sina front, sina left, sina top, right, back, bottom, kayo bahala. No? So, iisipin nyo na ngayon dito, alin yung mga orientations ang kailangan yung bigyan ng priority. Because, again, number one, you're gonna have to know muna yung texture natin, no? So, another tip, when you're gonna be doing UV unwrapping, it should be, alam nyo na kagad kung ano yung gusto nyo na gawin na texture. Alam nyo na kagad kung ano yung dapat yung gawin, no? You should already know what parts should have textures, what parts should have what certain details. Yun ang kailangan yung isipin for this one, okay? Basically, that's what you should be thinking all throughout sa process natin sa UV unwrapping, no matter the concept, okay? So, sa case natin dito, siguro let's just make some random stuff na lang dito, no? So, let's just pick random choices dito. So, sa case natin dito, again, for cutout concept, use yung mga different orientations natin. So, knowing that, try natin tingnan yung front view, okay? So, sa case natin dito, this is what our desired outlook should be, no? Sa front view natin, okay? So, sa case natin dito, if we look at our front view, yung outline natin dito, that's basically where will we start our seams, no? But of course, yun nga, hindi naman to always going to be equal, so we're gonna have to tread carefully muna. So unahin, let's work slowly on this one, okay? So, After this one, since nagkaroon tayo ng edits dito, let's try to convert it muna to an editable poly once again. And then, let's press 4 for face select. Let's press Ctrl A. And then, let's add our unwrap UVW. And then, let's reset yung mga seams lang natin dito while the object is still selected. Punta tayo dito. Press natin si Y. And then, quick planar map. It should reset everything dun sa ating object. Okay? Now, balik tayo sa UV editor. Let's open this back up again. Now, working dun sa ano nga natin, sa guide natin kanina, work using yung mga orientations natin. So, we can easily determine na, okay, number 1, ito yung kailangan natin dito. So, there are two ways that we can do this, no? So, pwede nating i-separate lang muna yung part natin dito. Pwede nating separate lang muna to kasi technically this is still one object pa rin, no? Pwede natin paghiwalay natin siya dito or pwede natin siyang ipagsama dito, no? But I think the most safest option for this one, select lang muna natin itong parang strand natin dito. So basically, when we're gonna be unwrapping this one, it's going to be one long plane lang siya, no? So, mangyayari dito, after we select those edges, let's go to explode, break lang natin yan. Pansin nyo, may seams na tayo dito. Now, next natin. Para makita lang natin kung nakahiwalay na ba talaga tong part natin dito, we just need to select this portion. No? Select natin tong portion na to. So, by pressing and holding Control, left-click lang natin for multiple selections. Select lang natin yung mga geometry or yung mga faces natin na naka-lock behind dun sa ating dun sa ating seam na border. Or press natin si Control, left-click lang natin. Control, double left-click para ma-select lang natin basically yung mga geometry natin inside a border. Now, yung control double left-click na yon, it will only work kapag yun nga, enclosed siya ng mga seams natin. Kapag open yan, medyo undesirable yung makukuha nyo. So, if you want to use yung control double left-click natin to select yung isang certain chunk, make sure na close yung seams niya. No? It should have a closed border. Okay? So, after selecting that, quick peel lang natin yan. And then, okay, tingnan nyo. As you can see right here, nahiwalay na siya, no? Nahiwalay na siya. So, let's just double check which one is which, no? So, this one right here, alin siya dito, which is which. So, select lang natin dito. Okay, so this one is that. This one is that, and then this one is that, and then this one is that. Okay, so okay pa tayo dyan. Okay? So, that is one part down. And para hindi kayo masyadong magulo dito sa ating sa ating UV map, okay lang na ilagpas nyo muna sila dito sa buong space natin dito, no? Aayusin na lang natin 'yan kapag okay na lahat, okay? So once that's done, let's just work our way through dun sa object natin. And again, it entirely depends on you kung paano nyo gagawin ang cutout concept. Again, the priority here for the cutout concept is basically we're trying to maximize yung space natin for certain parts na bibigyan natin ng priority in terms of the visual element natin, no? Bigyan nyo ng priority yung madali natin makita yung texture or yung detail, no? Or yung gusto nyo yung ipakita niya kagad sa viewer natin, no? So, sa case natin dito, I'm just gonna be selecting random edges na lang that but basically utilizes yung cutout concept natin para makuha natin yung finished na UV map. Okay? So, work along with me here. Okay. So, make sure na break lang muna natin yan. Select our edges. Basically, cut things out. Click break. And then, kung gusto nyo makita agad yung direct output, press natin 3 for face select. Since closed border naman tong portions natin dito, gagawin natin, control, double left click, and then, quick peel lang natin to. Okay, asan na siya? Saan na yun? Di ba siya na-peel? Didn't peel. Okay, so, bakit hindi siya nag-peel? It is because... Teka, double check lang natin. Okay, double check lang natin. Okay naman. And then, quick peel natin to. Okay, it's not peeling. Bakit? So, let's just double check lang kung bakit ayaw niya mag-peel. Okay, so this portion right here, okay naman siya. Okay, so unahin na lang muna natin lahat, no? So, let's press Control A na lang muna, and then quick peel natin yan. Okay, so, konting bug lang naman ata. Konting bug lang siya kahit nyo mag-peel. Okay, that's fine. So, ano nangyari doon, nagkonting bug lang tayo doon. Again, 3ds Max is a buggy mess talaga. So, you're just gonna have to bear with the software, no? If you're using 3ds Max. But, feeling ko at this point, you're already using Blender for UV Unwrapping. So, follow nyo lang yun nandun sa video ko na isa, okay? So, okay na to. So, this one right here, this one. Okay, that's good. Next naman natin, let's cut these pieces out. Cut natin to. This one right here, lagyan natin siya ng seams. Okay. And then, next natin, dito sa kabila, lagay lang tayo dito. Then, break tayo dyan. Okay. So, sa case natin dito, one word of advice then, when you're gonna be adding seams dito sa ating, sa ating object, another advice that I might want you guys to remember is basically how to hide yung mga seams natin. Okay, so paano natin hina-hide yung mga seams natin? So, you can't really hide them per se, but what you can do is basically try to find out a certain angle na gagamitin nyo dun sa object na yon. Okay? So, once you've thought of a desired angle na para dun sa specific na object na yon, try to build up your UV map out of that specific angle, no? So, mangyayari doon, let's say ito na yung specific angle ko. Okay, so this one right here, this might cause a little problem, no? Kasi meron tayong seam dito, no? But I think for the most part, kahit i-bypass nyo na to, okay lang naman, no? But sa case natin dito, since may seam tayo dito, if you're gonna be making textures like let's say lalagyan nyo siya ng parang konting dirt dito, tapos hindi siya masyadong consistent and ginawa nyo siya, yun nga, ginawa nyo siya dito sa, let's say, sa open canvas, medyo mahirap matago talaga yung seams natin dito. So, literally, the only way to really hide it is you have to use a separate program talaga to texture it for you, which we will do later sa demo natin with the hamburger. And then, doon natin siya ipipaint over, no? But sa case natin, kung in a normal case natin dito, gumagamit na kayo ng 3ds Max and then you're gonna have a art program, it's going to be much harder to hide the seams using textures, no? So the best way to get out of that certain situation is yun nga, kailangan natin siyang itago kung saan hindi makikita talaga siya sa camera natin. So usually sa cases natin yan, nasa likod yan, depende sa kung ano yung orientation ng camera angle nyo. Okay? So it entirely depends on you talaga. But for now, I'm just showcasing yung concept natin ng cutout concept natin. And then, let's peel it once again para ma-settle na natin lahat to. Control A. Make sure go to our face select. Control A. Wait, don't forget. Let's deselect muna. Balik tayo dito. Control A. And then, quick peel natin. And then, as you can see here, sira-sira na yung mga parts natin dito, which is what we want, no? So, nabaklas-baklas na natin yan. We've already completed our entire UV map. Now, the question here na lang is, are we finished yet? Kung satisfied na kayo dito sa orientation na to, sure, you can finish it here, no? But as we can see here, pansin nyo, nag-overlap siya dun sa gray na borders natin. So, we need to fix yung mga orientation natin dito. Now, again, yung pag-fix natin ng mga orientations natin dito, it entirely depends on you. Ano yung mga kailangan nyo i-prioritize dito to basically showcase certain textures dito, no? So, let's say, yung gagawin natin na texture dito, itong part natin dito, this one should have the biggest space that we have. Let's say, meron tayong something unique dyan, no? Hindi na ako gagawa ng texture for this one. I'm just assuming things here, no? So, one thing that you should do for this one is determine nyo muna alin yung mga certain pieces dito, no? So, this one, if I select this one, okay, alam ko, yun. So, if I go down here, ibig sabihin, yun nga, okay. So, tama lang yung orientation natin dito. It follows a certain path, no? So, mas maganda na gawin nyo dito, i-follow nyo yung path kung saan nagfo-flow yung sa original na 3D model nyo. Try to follow your model's original pathing, no? So, sa case natin dito, flow lang naman to downwards, and then let's try to straighten this out, okay? So it doesn't really matter kung hindi siya masyadong straight, hindi talaga natin may straight talaga to. Just be careful na lang kayo on which tool you are selecting now. Because may occasional kayo, baka napindot nyo yung E. Make sure na bumabalik kayo sa move tool with W. Okay? So sa case natin dito, let's just move it aside for now. Next natin, which one is this one? Okay, so this one right here. Okay, let's try to add a new texture on this one. Let's say, no? So sa case natin dito, lagay rin natin siya dito. So sa case natin sa side natin dito, if you look closely dito sa part natin dito, it's not going to have the exact na natin. Na minsan, it's not going to have the exact height, dimensions dun sa mga pinagtugtungan niya natin dito. Sa case natin dito, I think, if I try to rotate this one, I think, yeah, medyo, no, it's actually the same dimension, no? So this one, we got lucky here, no? But usually, sa mga other cases natin dito, hindi siya always follow dun sa original dimensions natin. Because yun nga, we're basically cutting things out, no? So, sa case natin doon, if you want to have certain textures, you can lalagyan nyo siya ng mga edges, like parang edge texture natin dito. You're gonna want to try and find out yung mga edges na yun. Saan siya nagkakadugtong. And then try nyong i-match yung dimensions nila dito sa ating UV map, no? Try nyo i-match yung mga dimensions natin. But since yun nga sa case natin dito, it's already have a similar na dimension, hindi ko na kailangan galawin yan, no? So, sa case natin dito, oops, don't forget, wag nyo gagawin yung ginawa na yun, no? So, make sure select lang natin lahat yan. And then, kung gusto nyo pagdugtongin yan, pwede naman, kayo bahala. Just orient it how you would need it, no, sa ating texture, no? So, let's say, magkadugtong tayo dyan. Hindi ko siya ipagdudugtong talaga. I'm just going to have it near enough, no? Kasi, when you're gonna be working with multiple na UV islands natin, one thing that you should avoid is overlapping, no? Huwag niyong pag-overlap to because pag nag-overlap tayo dyan, magkakahalo-halo tayo ng texture dyan. Which, again, we don't want that, no? We don't want overlapping textures. Kailangan lang natin that we have enough space for each island, okay? And then next natin, this one right here sa likod, let's just give this one a very low priority. So, pwede natin itong liitan na lang siguro. Kasi yun nga, low priority lang naman to. So, lagay lang muna natin siya dito. This one right here, which one is this? Ito yung ano natin, yung ating bottom, no? So, sa case natin, ganito yung orientation niya. Okay. So, ganyan siya. Let's just put it here lang muna. This one right here. Okay. So, this one, nakakonect siya saan? Okay. Lagay natin siya dito kasi dito siya nakakonect. And as you can see, okay, nagmamatch pa rin naman siya. So, we still got lucky here. But, yun nga, nagkakaroon na tayo ng problem dito. Kung gusto nyo pagdugtongin yan, sure, go ahead. But, I think for this one, let's just have it be on a different different portion na lang natin dito. And then this one is this one right here. Rotate lang natin dito. Bigyan lang rin natin to ng low priority muna. Focus muna kayo dun sa mga pinakailangan nyo. Okay, so this one here, ito low priority rin to. But let's just check lang muna yung orientation. Okay, so this one here is that one. So reorient lang muna natin to. So reorient lang natin siya according dun sa flow niya dito sa 3D object natin. And then, once everything's all reoriented na, i-place nyo na lang siya dito sa UV map natin, no? And again, don't scale them all just yet, no? Don't scale them all just yet. I-scale nyo na lang siya kapag nandito na kayo sa UV map. Because yun nga, we're basically just determining yung space lang muna natin, no? Yung spacing or basically yung layout lang muna natin. Kung paano natin i-position yung mga certain parts natin dito. So, let's say this one right here and then this one right here, magkadugtong nga sila, no? So, kapag alam ko magkadugtong na itong dalawa na to, ibig sabihin, every time that I'm going to be changing yung size ng isa dito, it should follow along, no? So, sa case natin dito, this is like a form of symmetry lang naman, no? So, try to determine which one is which yung mga magkakapartner, no? So, sa case natin dito, gagawin ko, let's say, na texture, magka-partner sila. So, every time that I'm going to be scaling this one, make sure i-scale ko sila para sabay, no? Para yun nga, match pa rin sila ng dimension kasi magka-partner sila, no? So, after that, next naman natin dito, let's say, bigyan naman natin ng priority yung, sa case natin ito, this one right here, no? Let's try to add this one right here. Siguro sa case natin dito, let's try to rotate this one na lang. Hindi naman, pwede naman natin siguro, bigyan na lang natin low priority, no? Let's just give low priorities dun sa mga natira, no? So, what do I mean by low priorities? So, yung mga low priorities natin dito ng mga UV islands are basically islands that have a low impact sa ating sa ating aesthetic ng ating texture, no? So basically they form no significance na natin sa ating texture, so they can be as small as you want, no? Basically minimal presence lang siya dito sa UV map natin, no? So yun yung what I mean by low priority na mga textures. So sa case natin dito, as you can see right here, if I try to fit everything here naman, hindi na magkakasya lahat to dito, no? Because yun nga, kailangan natin determine alin yung high priority, alin yung low priority, no? So, this one sa case natin dito, since nasa ilalim to, we can literally maybe scale this one to small as possible to our desirable length. Kasi yun nga, hindi naman natin makikita na to no? Not unless it's in a game, no? Kapag game yan, definitely, bibigyan nyo ng mga tamang sizing to, no? But, since ano lang to, very random na textures lang to, let's just give this one random na scaling na lang for everything, no? It entirely depends lang yan, again, kung ano yung kailangan nyo na texture for this specific na object, okay? So, once everything's all good na, okay na kayo sa sizing nyo, okay na kayo sa positioning nyo, save nyo na lang yan sa ating render UVW template, and then, turn off lang natin sa seam edges kung ayaw nyo, okay na kayo sa width and height, render UV template, and then once that's open, click natin tong save image, and then let's just rename this one as Cutout Concept _ UV. Save as type natin into a PNG para yun nga, transparent yung image natin dito, and then click save. Then click OK, and you should be good, no? If I open this up again, punta tayo sa UV maps natin. It's right here, Cutout Concept. And as you can see right here, okay na siya. Okay? So that is Cutout Concept. Hindi na ako gagawa ng texture dito because that's just gonna be extending our time more and more. So I'm just gonna be moving on to the last concept, which is gonna be Candy Wrapper. But before I move on dun sa last concept natin, I think I should give you one more piece of advice when we're gonna be using UV Unwrapping. Okay? It's not exactly advice, but more of a warning, okay? Because, again, kung babalikan natin yung mga notes na binigay ko sa inyo, which one is it? Ito, no? So, again, no open subdivs. Make sure the object is final iteration and convert it to editable poly para yun nga, mawala yung stack na modifiers natin dito. The most important thing that I want you guys to keep remembering sa ating UV unwrapping process, make sure, again, make sure na yung object nyo or yung model nyo is already in its final iteration. I've already witnessed multiple students doing this kind of mistake. Hindi sila nasasatisfied dun sa ginawa nila na model. After nila mag-UV unwrap, after nila mag-UV unwrap, gumawa ng texture, sinabi nila, ay, medyo parang nakukulangan ako sa model ko. Tapos nagdagdag sila ng additional detail. And then, pansin nila, pag open backup nila ng texture nila and nilagay nila ulit, hindi na nagmamatch yung texture nila. That's the problem, okay? So again, final iteration, dapat yan na talaga, no? We don't want to add additional detail na. So by final iteration, that it means the model is complete, you have nothing left to add aside from sa texture natin or open subdiv. Because yun nga, open subdiv, that is going to be panghuli na yan, no? Unahin nyo muna si UV Unwrap because after nyo magawa si UV Unwrap, lalagay nyo na lang naman si Open Subdiv, no? Si Open Subdiv, dinadagdagan lang niya yung subdivisions natin while still, nagkikip pa rin niya tong original na ginawa natin na UV map dun sa UV Unwrapping process natin. So again, Open Subdivs come last, UV Unwrapping comes second to last. Okay? So that is the thing, okay? That's the thing with UV unwrapping sa case natin dito. Make sure, again, I can't stress it enough, make sure yung object nyo is already in its final iteration before you start UV unwrapping, okay? So, mamaya i-discuss ko rin sa inyo kung bakit din dapat panghuli si OpenSubdiv, because yung i-demo ko mamaya with the solo can and the hamburger, they are already subdivided, no? Papakita ko sa inyo kung bakit, ano yung reason kung bakit pinanghuhuli natin si OpenSubdiv. Okay? But for now, that is the end of our cutout concept. And then, let's move on dun sa next na concept natin, which is going to be the candy wrapper concept. Okay, for our final concept, which is the candy wrapper concept, this one, itong concept kasi natin na to, this one is going to be very, very situational, no? Because the thing with the candy wrapper, actually more or less parang ano to eh, parang soda can, no? Because the thing with candy wrapper concept, alam naman natin dito, kapag nag-unwrap tayo ng candy wrapper, and then we just lay it down flat, that's a good example of UV unwrapping, no? But ang mangyayari sa candy wrapper kasi, if we try to roll it and then we try to connect it together, pansin nyo, it's still making like a wrapper, no? So yun yung whole thing with the candy wrapper concept. Medyo magulo siya, but the one thing that I want you guys to remember for the candy wrapper concept, unlike dun sa dice concept and cutout concept, when we're gonna be working with multiple na seams natin, candy wrapper concepts natin, very few lang yung seams natin dito. More or less parang one lang rin yan, no? Because again, this one is going to be very situational. It only works for certain portions ng ating 3D model. Specifically, mga grooves, no? Mga grooves or cylindrical na mga objects or similar na kinds of nature na gano'n, no? So sa case natin dito, sa cube natin dito, let's try to add additional detail ulit, no? So mag-add na lang tayo ng mga basic na edge loops natin. So let's press Alt 1 and then gagawa lang tayo ng simple na tawag dito. Let's just make a very simple na groove, no? So lagyan lang ng dalawang edge loop dito. And then select ko lang tong ginawa lang natin dito na gitnang face na loop natin dito. Let's press R and then press and hold shift. We're just basically going to inset that. So basically, this is our finished groove, no? So this one right here, ito na yung groove natin. Ito na yung magiging perfect example natin on how we can showcase yung ating candy wrapper concept, okay? So again, candy wrapper concept. This one sa ano natin, more or less, it can miraculously be just one seam lang natin dito. Because ang nangyayari sa candy wrapper concept is we're just basically trying to isolate yung mga groove na mga sections natin dito. So sa cases ng mga grooves natin dito, usually, while yes, super easy lang silang i-isolate talaga, yung magiging priority nito is going to always be low priority because majority of times na kapag may grooves kayo sa isang object, hindi niya talaga makikita yung pinakaloob natin dito. So, this one here, candy wrapper concept, usually I do this one last sa mga models ko because yun nga, very low priority siya. Barely nyo siya mapapansin, no? But kapag napansin nyo siya, take the time to use this concept, no? Para ma-isolate na kagad natin siya, mahiwalay na kagad natin siya sa mga high priorities, no? So, kung gusto nyo, unahin nyo siya, no? Kasi madali naman siya mahanap talaga, no? Kasi kayo gumawa ng object nyo, di ba? So, sa case natin dito, the number one thing that we need to do first is kung yung groove natin is part of a bigger object, kailangan muna natin siya ihiwalay, no? We need to remove it fully dun sa object natin, okay? So, again, convert mo natin siya to editable poly. Let's press 4 for face select. Let's Control A. And then add ulit tayo ng unwrap UVW. And then, reset lang natin yan. Press and hold left click on this one. Punta tayo sa Y. And then quick planar map. Okay? So there we go. Na-reset na natin yan. Let's go to our UV editor. And then, unlike dun sa first natin, dun sa dalawa natin dito, i-prioritize lang muna natin yung groove because yun yung core concept natin dito, no? So, again, we need to remove first yung ating groove natin. We need to isolate it from the rest of the objects, no? So we need to isolate it from this portion right here and this portion right here. Basically, ito lang dapat yung matitira natin. So, knowing that, knowing yung goal muna natin dito is to isolate a groove, we need to add seams that basically connects it dun sa mga object natin na yun. That basically connects it to the main object. So, simple lang yan. Select lang natin yung buong loop natin dito. Control double left click to select this entire loop. And then, similar with this one, control double left click on this one para maselect lang natin yung buong loop. So, this one right here is a perfect showcase din na kailangan natin ng malinis na model because kapag hindi perfect model yan, hindi nyo magagawa yung ginawa ko, no? So we need to have a very clean model dito sa object natin, okay? By clean model, I mean dapat lahat ng mga polygons nyo dito sa buong object nyo should have four-sided polygons all throughout the entire model, okay? So, once na-select na yan, click lang natin sa si break, and then try lang natin siyang i-unwrap, okay? So, let's press 3, and then unwrap natin to, no? Control, then double left click natin lang tong mga edges natin dito. Make sure, don't forget, i-deselect lang muna natin dito. Kapag pag tinry nyo i-peel to, hindi mag-peel yan correctly because currently, sa edge select natin, nakaselect pa sila, no? So, we need to deselect them first, no? So, balik na kayo sa edges, then just click anywhere on the screen, then balik na lang kayo dito sa face select. And then, control, double left click lang kayo dito kasi since sarado naman yung buong border natin dito. And then, quick peel tayo. Now, so after pressing quick peel, pansin nyo, nahiwalay na yung buong object natin. But, this is not what we want yet, no? Hindi to yung main goal ng candy wrapper concept because ang main goal ng candy wrapper concept is usually it's either a very straight na line lang tayo dyan or pwedeng may pa-curve-curve lang siya. It entirely depends dun sa form ng object nyo or sa form ng groove na yon. No? So sa case natin dito, since this one is a very simple cube, ang desire natin dito is a very straight na line lang natin dito. Dito na papasok yung main na highlight natin with the candy wrapper concept. After natin ma-isolate yung grooves natin dito, what we need to do now is to add one seam na lang. Isang seam na lang yung kailangan nating ilagay dito. Ang tanong, saan natin ilalagay, no? So what we're gonna be doing, since na-isolate na tong groove natin dito, we just need to cut one line lang dito to have it straightened out fully, no? We just need to cut one line. That means we just need to add one seam. The question is, where? It entirely depends on you. Kayo na bahala kung saan nyo ilalagay yan. But knowing yung sa previous discussion natin with the cutout concept, much better yung seam natin dito, yung final seam natin dito should be somewhere that you can't see it. And then always, ang groove natin dito, pinakamadali talaga matago yung mga seams natin dyan because you just place it to somewhere hindi nyo talaga makikita, no? So, sa case natin dito, again, let's say ito yung angle ko. I selected this part right here. Para yun nga, hindi siya makita agad, no? So this one right here, click lang natin break. And then sa case natin dito, okay, nag-break naman siya. So this one is fine, no? Medyo okay pa siya, no? But sa case natin dito, kung hindi siya nagbe-break, you might want to reset it again by doing this one, yung y-axis natin dito, tapos yung quick planar map ulit. And then next time, try to include na rin yung break natin dito sa mismong groove, okay? But I got lucky on this one. Na-break pa rin naman siya, so we're still good, okay? So once na-break natin yung edge natin dito, nalagyan na natin siya ng seam, let's unwrap it one more time. Control, double left click, and then let's quick peel once again. And as you can see here, if I move it, careful lang tayo. Okay, there we go. If you look closely, if I rotate this once again, straight na line na lang siya, no? It's one perfect straight line. Yan ang desire natin for the candy wrapper concept. Okay? So, basically, ang nangyayari dyan, kapag nirolo natin yan, it's still going to connect to each other. No? Kapag pinag-fold-fold lang natin yan, it's still going to connect to each other. No? So, that's the thing with the candy wrapper concept. No? So, the rest of this one, kayo bahala kung gusto nyong gawin din to. Siguro, kasi more or less, they are the exact same, no? So, let's try to follow through na lang ulit, no? So, let's just copy what I just did here. Gawin lang natin dito. Pwede naman natin gawin to lahat as candy wrapper concept na ating candy wrapper concept. Or, much better yet, I think this would be a perfect time na rin to try to adapt yung other two concepts natin dito. Because, at the end of the day, these three are just concepts. These are not techniques. These are just concepts that you just need to keep in mind of when you're gonna be doing UV unwrapping. No, while yes, they can still be considered as techniques, but more or less they are just guides. No, they are just guides on how you want to um, unwrap your models, no, for it to be easy, no, kasi yung tatlong concept na yan paulit-ulit lang yan sa industry natin, no, naiiba lang siya, naiiba ng style, depende kasi yan sa mismong artist natin, no. So each artist has different styles of drawing, parang ganyan lang rin sa UV unwrapping, they have different styles of UV unwrapping. It entirely depends talaga kung ano yung preference ng artist, alin yung gagawin niyang high priority, alin yung gagawin niyang low priority sa texturing process natin. So let's try to adapt yung dalawang concept natin dito. So, let's say dito sa first natin dito, yung front view natin dito, let's try to adapt yung dice concept natin dito. So, this one right here, this is not a perfect dice, no? Hindi na siya perfect dice. So, siguro sa case natin dito, let's try to isolate this one muna. No? Let's try to isolate this one. Portion right here, isolate natin. And then, break natin siya. Okay? So, sa case natin dito, okay na siya. Now, let's try to think of this portion right here using yung dice concept natin. Again, we don't really need to follow yung buong cutout ng dice form, yung dice na cutout natin. Just imagine yung 3D model nyo in that sort of form kapag in-unwrap nyo siya. And then, dun kayo maglagay ng line, ng seams nyo. So, sa case natin dito, maglagay lang tayo ng seams dito, dito, and dito. Tsaka dito pala. And then, break lang natin yan. And then, let's try to unwrap this one. Unwrap natin yung portion na yun. Control, double left click lang yan. Since this one is a close border pa rin. Quick peel tayo. As you can see, it technically followed pa rin yung dice format natin, no? The only difference here, it's not a complete dice, di ba? It's not a complete dice, but it just follows yung general shape ng dice cutout natin, which is, again, that is the whole idea with the dice concept. Okay? Now, yung orientation nito, it entirely depends on you sa ano natin. Determine nyo na lang kung which is which. Okay, this one is top, this one is bottom, left, and then right. Okay, so okay na ako dito sa orientation. Let's just move it aside here. And then, dito sa case natin dito, since this one right here is more or less a similar na ano natin, similar shape lang rin dito sa ating groove natin dito, we can use yung candy wrapper concept natin dito. So, let's just add our break here. Kasi nandito na rin naman yung break natin dito, yung seam natin dito. Let's just copy it there, no? Para, okay, there we go. So, nalagay tayo siyang seam. So, again, lucky there, no? Medyo lucky pa tayo dyan, no? Pero pag yun nga, kapag hindi tayo pag hindi gumana yung break na na icon natin dito, sad to say, yun nga, you're gonna have to redo everything again, which is, again, sobra hassle, no? Sobra hassle talaga to. But kapag Blender tayo, sobrang bilis na nito. But yeah, this is what we have to bear with kapag sa 3ds Max, okay? But enough of that, enough slanders 3ds Max. Balik tayo dito sa ating last portion right here. Let's try to apply naman yung cutout concept natin. No? So again, cutout concept. Let's first isolate this muna, no? So isolate lang muna natin to. Isolate lang natin. Basically, similar lang siya dito. So we're just gonna copy this one. Break natin yan. And then, lagay na rin tayo dito ng ating seam din dito. Break tayo dyan. Okay. Make sure lang. Okay, there we go. And then, let's utilize yung cutout concept natin dito. So, let's say, this portion right here, I want to have a very constant na itsura ng texture natin dito. So, I'm going to have this specific na cutout right here kasi gusto ko parang continuous yung nangyayari dito na texture. And then it cuts off right here dito sa bottom. Lagay lang tayo ng break dyan. And then sa case natin dito sa baba natin, I think we can just leave it as is, no? Kasi yun naman This is more or less the exact same lang rin naman sa ano natin, sa cutout na rin natin dito. It's just going to be unwrapped into one straight na line lang ulit, no? So, sa case natin dito, I think we're basically done with this one. Na-apply na rin natin si cutout concept. Let's select yung each portion lang natin dito. Let's one by one. Ito lang muna. Let's peel this one. Okay, this one right here. And then after ma-peel natin yan, let's just determine which is which. Okay, this one is there and then this one is there. Okay, let's rotate this one. Reorient lang natin yan para malinis yung itsura natin. Again, you don't have to keep reorienting. It entirely depends lang talaga sa personal preference mo kung paano orientation yung gagawin mo dito, no? So, it entirely depends on you. Okay, so this one right here, this should be the second to the last one. Peel lang. Oops, di pala natin na-select lahat. So, let's select this one. Select natin to. Select natin to. And then, peel natin. Okay, so currently it's bugging out. So, let's just deselect everything ulit. Press ulit natin to C3. Select ulit natin to. So, very buggy mess talaga tong si 3ds Max. Okay, it's not peeling again. So, let's just press Ctrl A. Make sure, double check na lang natin lahat na, no? May seams na lahat. Okay, yung mga kailangan natin na may seams, okay na siya. Let's just press Ctrl A na lang. And then, quick peel na lang tayo para it's still gonna be working the exact same. Okay, so we having a few problems dito sa ating scene natin. Okay, so what problems are we having here? Okay, so sa case natin dito, hindi siya properly nag-unwrap dito, no? So let's try to re-unwrap this one. Okay, so ayaw niya mag-unwrap dito to how we want it. Okay, so sa case na to, ayaw niya mag-unwrap. Let's just try to remove this one, no? So, while yes, sinabi ko kanina, hindi na natin pwedeng ma-delete to. There might still be a chance. There might still be a chance, no? So, kapag may chance tayo dyan, so what we're gonna be doing is multiple selection na lang ulit tayo. Let's just pray na bibigyan pa tayo ng option na mas stitch pa to, no? So, by stitch, ito lang tayo dito, no? So, click lang natin to. Okay, so it's not stitching. So, sa case natin dito, we just have to redo everything here. Let's just try the other ones. Nope, ayaw niya talaga. Let's try the other stitch na formats. Let's try this one. Ayaw din. So, try naman. Try din natin to. Try naman natin sama muna to. Let's try to switch stitch ulit. Okay, ayaw talaga niya. So, sa case na yan, ito lang kasi yung pag-erase natin dito. So, yeah, hassle. Sobrang hassle siya, no? So, as you can see here, sinisira na niya kagad yung UV map natin. So, let's try to stop it right there. And then, let's just redo everything na lang dito sa certain portion natin dito, no? So, this one right here, let's just try to reset it everything na lang. So, but, yeah, that's gonna take a little while, no? So, I'm not gonna be resetting it anymore, but you get my point na, no? So, this one is the most troublesome thing about 3ds Max. We can't delete mga seams natin one by one, no? That's not how it works, unfortunately. So, but what I'm trying to get at here is, again, when it comes to 3ds Max, you should already know where will you place your seams, no? Dapat on purpose na lahat yan. So, be careful na lang, no? So, yeah, it's just a sad thing. It's a very sad thing. But, yeah, I'm just going to end the discussion here from here on out para hindi na masyadong information overall sa utak nyo. Because yun nga, masakit sa ulo din talaga mag-UV unwrap talaga sa 3ds Max. So, again, I definitely recommend that you just go to Blender for the UV unwrapping process. But, let's just try to wrap things up here. Let's just save this one. Okay na yung orientation. Hindi na natin masyadong change yung orientation na to. Konting adjustment lang tayo kasi medyo mga nag-overlap lang tayo dito. So just readjust everything. I'm not gonna be changing things here. But yeah, this one is just going to be an example of what kind of UV map we can get kapag pinag-combine natin lahat ng mga concepts natin dito. So this one right here, ito yung nasa gitna. So again, this one is going to be low priority. So kapag low priority to, kapag groove din siya, if it's low priority and it's a groove, we can try to minimize the space as much as we can. No? Because yun nga, hindi naman talaga makikita yung detail natin dito. Usually, ang mangyayari dyan, napapatungan na lang yan ng simple na color. So we can just have it be as small as we want, no? And then this one right here, okay na siguro yan. Diyan na lang. And then this one right here, adjust lang natin siya dito konti. Lagyan lang natin siya dito. Tabi na lang natin. This one right here, adjust lang natin siya ng pag ganito na lang. Sobrang random na to. But of course, yun nga, personal preference yun na lang to, no? So, it entirely depends on you, on how you want to reorient the entire UV map, no? I-reorient nyo lang yung mga UV islands nyo to how you want it para sa guide nyo siya sa Photoshop or whatever art program you are going to use. Again, you don't want to overlap yung mga UV islands natin dito. And then once you're done, punta tayo sa tools, render UVW template, and then disable natin seam edges. Make sure okay na kayo sa width and height. Again, square format yan as a final reminder. And then render UV template tayo. And then click yung save icon. And then let's just save this one as the candy wrapper concept underscore UV. Save natin siya as a PNG para transparent file. And then click save. And then press natin si OK dito. Okay. So that's basically everything. That is our 3 concepts. Again, we have our dice concept, we have our cutout concept, and then we have our candy wrapper slash basically all 3 combined concept, no? So that is basically UV unwrapping in a nutshell, no? It's a very useful skill again to have, but yun nga, it's a very hard skill to master, no? Yun nga, because this one is kind of like drawing more or less. You should have your own style talaga ng paggawa ng mga UV unwrapping. You can get all the guides that you want. You can get all the guides from me from this specific recording. But yun nga, it entirely depends on you and your imagination talaga on how you want to make your textures and how you want to reposition or reorient yung mga UV islands natin sa UV map natin to basically act as our guides para sa ating art program as we make our textures. Okay? So that's basically the end of our discussion. We can actually move on na dun sa demo natin, which dun sa demo natin, I'm gonna be making 2 things, okay? So I'm gonna be making yung soda can natin. We're gonna be texturing a soda can. And then second is going to be our hamburger. Don't worry, all assets are gonna be provided. So ida-download nyo lang yung assets na yon. It's already in Big Sky. Makikita nyo naman sa weekly materials, okay? So just download those. If you want to follow along, go ahead, no? Yung mga textures natin, ilalagay ko na rin siya sa Big Sky. Nalimutan ko lang ilagay. But yeah, I'm gonna be adding it there, okay? So before I move on sa demo, I'm just going to be discussing yung activity 6 nyo. So, let me just cut right here and then move on to me discussing activity 6. Okay, so activity 6. Your activity 6 is going to be about product ad modeling. Okay, so product ad modeling, no? So, very noticeable na siya kagad kung bakit din yung demo ko is going to be about soda and yung hamburger because those two are both products, no? So, another addition din, yung mga product ad na gagawin natin dito. Ang instruction ko lang muna dito is basically number 1, think of a block out poster ad of any product you want, no? So, kayo bahala kung anong product yung gusto niyo gawin. Kung gusto niyo original, go ahead. I definitely urge you to do that as well, no? Pwedeng original product, pwedeng existing IP. It can entirely be anything. Kung gusto niyo gumawa ng parang video game case, pwede rin, no? Surprise me basically, no? Basically create any sort of product ad that you want. Now, yung gagawin nyo na blockout poster muna, this is just one output, no? Can be drawn or modeled. Kayo bahala, no? Because idadagdag nyo lang naman yan dun sa actual na submission nyo, okay? Now, let's say you have your blockout poster na. Using yung said blockout na poster nyo, ang gagawin nyo ngayon is create the necessary assets you need to recreate it in 3D. Okay? So, let's say, ang product ad poster ko is this one, no? Let's say this is my product ad poster. So, sa blackout poster ko, I can see 3 things, no? Number 1 is yung main product natin. Second is a slice orange. And then yung third natin is the whole orange, no? So, kung ano yung nandun sa ginawa nyo na blackout, yun yung gagawin nyo. Okay? Yun yung gagawin nyo na mga assets because you're just basically going to recreate that entire poster. Okay? So, paano natin magagamit naman na yun, no? So, aside from making the actual model, you're also going to be utilizing real textures and UV unwrapping to create custom textures if needed, no? So, real textures tayo and UV unwrapping. That means, ang goal natin for this activity is try to get as photoreal as possible. Nasa photorealistic section na tayo ng 3D design, no? So, you're gonna be trying your best to create a very photorealistic product, and you're gonna be working from that, no? You're gonna be working from that. Keep nyo muna yan because just like yung previous activities natin with the interior assets, this one is going to be multi-parter, no? So, multiple parts to, okay? So, be careful na lang tayo. Again, make your assets as photoreal as possible, okay? Now, yung output na isasubmit nyo sa Dropbox is going to be, number 1, screenshot of assets with textures along with your poster draft compiled in a PDF. So basically, same process as before sa activity 4 natin, no? Yung screenshot nyo lang yung yung asset na may texture na siya, and then isama nyo dun sa PDF file na yon yung ginawa nyo na poster draft. Okay? Compile it all into a PDF. Aside from that, bibigay nyo rin sa akin ang project files nyo because definitely this one is going to be the most suspicious of all, no? Kasi yun nga, ang goal natin dito is photoreal as possible. I cannot take the chance na biglang may magda-download ng mga products, no? So, marami na ako nahuli dyan, no? Hindi naman exactly sa ganitong activity, but more of the finals, no? Nag-downloads, ang ginawa nila na concept art is basically a product ad. Tapos, napansin ko, medyo suspicious yung ginawa na product, no? Kasi, biglang ang laki naman ng gap ng in-improve niya kagad in a matter of weeks, no? So, medyo suspicious ako. Nakita ko nga yung buong files niya. And then, I had to do my research as well. Tinignan ko talaga. And yun nga, I've proven it. Dinownload niya. So, yun ang gusto kong maiwasan. I need your project files on this one. Okay? Kapag hindi kayo naglagay ng project files, alam nyo na kagad yung ide-deduct ko sa inyo. Okay? So, add your project files along with the screenshot of assets with your poster draft. Okay? And then, submit nyo lang yon. Surname _ act6 - texturing 2. Okay? So again, ito yung sample natin for this one. You don't need to render this one. Kung gusto nyong i-place na kagad yung yung buong assets nyo into a like poster format for your screenshot, pwede rin naman yun, no? Para at least ready na kayo. But I don't exactly suggest that muna. Pero kung trip nyo, sure, go ahead, no? Because yun nga, yung magiging last part ng activity na to na coinciding to a future activity is going to be about rendering yung poster na yon, no? So, much better just treat it just like what we did before sa interior assets nyo. One file, one asset, no? Para hindi kayo masyadong maguluhan. Madali nyo ma-sort out sa future na activity natin when we're gonna be rendering our product. Sounds good enough? So if you don't have any questions, if you have any questions, just please message me or just question it during class, okay? So, deadline na yan, it will be in your Dropbox, okay? So, with all that said and done, we can move on to our demo of our hamburger and our soda, no? Okay, for our demo, again, I'll be doing soda and a hamburger, no? So, our goal here is going to be try to make it as photorealistic as possible, no? So, I've already given out the assets. Ando naman na sa ating Big Sky yan. So, it's all here, no? So, the download nyo lang naman yon. I already gave yung demo models natin, which is again, the soda and the burger. And meron na rin tayong mga sample textures, no? Hindi sila complete because I'm going to be making a few points here and there na you might want to take note of when you're gonna be trying to acquire certain textures, no? So, mga sample textures dito, dun yung lettuce tsaka yung wrapper ng soda, and meron din tayo dito sa tomato, okay? So, with that out of the way, start na tayo with our first demo, which is going to be the soda model. No? So again, ang default file natin sa mga 3D files natin is called an FBX file. So yung mga demo models natin, those are all FBX files, okay? So ang gagawin natin is we're going to import this once again, okay? So, punta tayo sa File, punta tayo sa ating import, and then let's go to our assets folder kung saan ko nilagay yun. It's right here, assets and soda, okay? So, okay na yun natin dito. Once we import, again, let's just press OK. And papakita dito yung ating demo model. Now, okay, so pag import nyo ng soda can natin and as well as our burger model, may makikita kayo dito dalawang objects, which is the camera and light. Just pay no mind to this one. Delete lang natin yan because I made this model sa ating Blender. No? So, accidentally na export yon. No? So, don't mind those. Just delete them. Hindi pa natin kakailanganin yon. Okay? So, our first model is going to be our soda can. Siguro import na rin natin. Sige, mamaya na lang natin import yung burger once we get to the actual burger model, okay? For now, focus muna tayo sa soda can. And what we're gonna be doing here is we're gonna be trying to replicate yung standard na soda can natin na nakikita natin in real life, no? So, isipin natin, the goal here when we're gonna be doing photorealistic textures and photorealistic models, try to give as much detail as you can kahit sa model pa lang, no? And what I did discuss sa discussion natin with UV Unwrapping na much better na open subdiv is panghuli. If we look at my topology here, pansin nyo, itsura siyang in open subdiv, no? Because this was intentional. Bibigyan ko kayo ng konting advice on why na bad idea mag-open subdiv. Because, again, open subdiv, nagdadagdag tayo ng maraming geometry. And kapag marami tayong geometry, UV unwrapping this one would take a really, really long time. So, for your own benefit, gawin nyo ang open subdiv pagtapos na ang UV unwrapping nyo. Basically, again, back to our discussion sa high poly modeling, open subdiv always comes last because nangunguna palagi ang form over quality. And at the end of the day, open subdiv, nag-a-adapt lang siya sa overall quality ng ating mga models. So, it's not exactly a good idea na during the modeling process na apply siya. It always should come last. Not unless talagang intentional nyo na kailangan mag-open subdiv para madagdagan yung geometry ng current model nyo. But again, if ang purpose lang naman ng open subdiv nyo is always going to be for final touches or ang panghuli na yan, again, put it last, no? Put it last. Unahin nyo muna ang UV unwrapping bago nyo ilagay ang open subdiv because ito na yung magiging problem natin kapag ginawa nyo is nilagay nyo ang open subdiv without UV unwrapping first. But again, for this demo, ipapakita ko sa inyo how we can still get through there by doing some simple techniques nga, no? Simple techniques that we have already discussed prior discussions, no? So, what we're gonna be doing here, siguro, when you're gonna be thinking of how you're gonna texture an object, isipin nyo muna paano nyo i-display, no? Ano yung mga references nyo to how you want your model to look like. Now, since alam naman natin pag soda can, it literally has only two textures, no? Yung metal part natin for the lid, tsaka yung basically the overall foundation ng soda can is entirely made out of metal or specifically aluminum. And then yung second texture natin is going to be the wrapper or yung label ng soda can natin. So I already provided a texture para sa soda can natin, but if you want to make your own texture para sa soda can nyo, ito lang kailangan nating i-follow. It's always going to be something like this. Rectangular siya by nature, and yung pinaka natin idea natin dito is nakikita dapat lahat dyan yung detail ng ating soda can, no? So what I would suggest, if you have no clue yet on how to make your own original na soda label, maghanap lang kayo, bumili kayo ng soda can nyo, tingnan nyo mabuti, tanggalin nyo yung wrapper, and use it as a form of template. Or, again, this is already a photoscan na photoscan na wrapper. So you can use this as a template if you want to create your own original label for your activity 6. No? Kung gusto nyo lang naman gumawa ng original na soda can product. Okay, but for now, for demo purposes, ito yung gagamitin natin, which is the Pepsi wrapper. Okay, so close up na muna natin yan, and let's go back here sa ating 3D model. Now again, there's gonna be two ways on how we can texture this, and for the most part, it's entirely up to you kung ano yung gusto nyong gamitin. Number one, of course, pwede nating i-apply yung UV unwrapping dito. It's going to be a little bit tedious, but personally, I think it's going to be the best option for this one. Yung second option naman natin is a little bit on the beginner side. No? Medyo ano siya, medyo rough siya in terms of how you apply your textures because what you're gonna be doing there is we're basically going to separate yung metal parts natin from the actual body para sa wrapper natin. Basically, paghihiwalay lang natin yan. We're gonna be turning yung soda can model natin into two pieces, no? So, I'm gonna be showing both. Definitely, I prefer one over the other, which is, again, I prefer mainly yung UV unwrapping dito because, number one, while yes, it's going to be a bit tedious, it's always good practice na rin naman na to. Magandang practice na to para sa, tawag dito, para sa paggawa niyo ng mga textures, no? So, I'm just gonna make a copy. Ang gagawin lang muna natin dito siguro, I'm just going to rename this one. Yung first soda can natin, gawin natin, let's rename this soda can unwrap. And then, yung second one natin, let's rename it to soda can basic. Para alam natin dito calling yung difference. No? Makikita naman natin yung clear difference, but again, it's going to be entirely up to you kung ano yung mas prefer nyo na method. Okay? So, unahin na muna natin siguro is, of course, yung diniscuss natin today, which is unwrap. No? So, considering yung tatlong concepts natin dito, this one here can easily be used, the concept that we can easily use for this entire model is, of course, yung candy wrapper concept, no? Because what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna try and isolate yung wrapper na portion ng model natin, and also we're gonna isolate yung metal bits and pieces natin dito sa entire model. Definitely, that is our easiest method that we can do this. Hindi natin kailangan gamitin dito si dice concept nor si cutout concept, no? So, yun ang gagawin natin for this one, okay? So, what we're gonna be doing, again, kung sa case nyo na gumawa kayo ng sarili nyong soda model, it's always a good idea to convert it already into an editable poly. So, yun ang gagawin natin ngayon, okay? Kinonvert muna natin to editable poly para yun nga matanggal lang natin yung mga stock natin dito ng mga modifiers. But since wala naman ako kahit anong modifiers dito, I just converted this one into editable poly for demo purposes. Kung yun nga, let's say you are using your own soda can model for your activity 6. So, let's press 2 for, actually no, punta muna tayo sa F4, no, para makita lang natin yung geometry, para madali natin ma-select, okay? So, unlike this sa diniscuss ko kanina with our main discussion, pinapakita ko sa inyo how to unwrap stuff, ano? What we did is basically nga, kino-control A muna natin sila para malagay natin yung unwrap UVW. However, sa case natin dito, pwede nating idiretso na lang siya na lagay na kagad ng unwrap UVW without selecting every single geometry. Now, this one is a little bit risk-takey kasi minsan hindi nagbibigay siya ng green edges or yung green na seams nga natin dito, no. Yun ang medyo red flag doon. Kapag hindi siya nagbigay ng green seams, ang gawin nyo na process dito is yun nga, i-select nyo muna yung object and then saka kayo maglagay ng unwrap UVW. But, yun nga, I'm just going to straight up use unwrap UVW. You can do so if you want to. And there we go. So, currently, wala siyang pinigay na na green edges, which is fine and all. Okay lang rin naman siya, but the problem here is yun nga, wala tayong ma-select dito. So, babalik tayo dyan, no? We're just going to delete our unwrap UVW. So, ang gagawin ngayon natin is Control A na natin siya. And then, let's add our unwrap UVW. Okay. This one right here, pakita natin. Ayan, nagkaroon na tayo ng green edges dito, which is what we want, no? But first, what we are going to do, again, hindi ko rin ito masyadong diniscuss last time, is currently, para hindi tayo malito dito sa red na highlight natin, balik lang muna tayo dito sa editable poly, no? Balik tayo sa editable poly, and then balik tayo sa unwrap UVW para maano lang natin, no? Editable poly tayo, yes, and then deselect lang natin yung object, and then unwrap UVW ulit tayo, no? Now, currently, wala tayong makikita dito sa unwrap UVW na kahit anong edges, no? So, sa case natin dito, kung nagkakaroon tayo ng bug dito, usually kapag tinanggal na kasi natin yung yung selection natin dito, makikita pa rin natin yan, but kung sa case na ganito, we just have to reset it again. No? Delete lang ulit natin to. So, delete lang ulit natin yan, and then let's just redo it again. Control A natin yan, and then unwrap UVW. Let's just wait for it. Kung yung case natin kanina where diniselect natin yung selection natin, and nawala bigla yung green edges or yung green na seams natin, just redo it, no? Kapag ganun nangyayari, again, 3ds Max is a buggy mess, so we're gonna be stuck with this one. Pero sa usual cases naman, kapag diniselect naman natin yung dito sa editable poly, tapos balik tayo sa unwrap UVW, makikita pa rin natin yung mga edges natin dito. Okay? So for now, let's go back here. And then what we're gonna be doing is i-reset natin yung mga green na edges natin or yung mga green na seams natin. So let's select our let's select everything once again. Control A. Remember, we're still in face select, no? By default, face select yan. So Control A natin yan to select everything again. Then dito sa edit edit UVs, let's go to here, our third icon here. Gawin natin itong to Y. And then click quick planar map para matanggal lang natin yung mga seams natin. But pansin natin dito, meron din tayo dito. So Y, kung gagamitin natin yung Y, it's not going to be good, no? Kasi meron pa tayong green edges dito. And again, hindi natin madidali kagad to. So instead of using Y naman, sa case natin dito, let's try to use other methods. So try naman natin si Z, no? But first, again, we need to select everything first. Gawin natin sa C, and then align quick planar map. Ayaw pa rin niya, no? So, ito yung mga usual na cases na medyo hassle na to. So, let's just try other methods. Kung ayaw niya, ayaw pa rin. Okay, let's try selecting these portions naman. No, let's try selecting these portions. Try natin i-align quick planar map sila ng on our own. And then, same here din, no? Try natin to. And then, select din natin itong parts na to. And then, here as well. Okay, and then try naman natin yung sa Y naman dito. Let's align quick planar map ulit. Let's see if it's fixed. Ayaw pa rin. But that's completely fine. Hindi naman masyadong ano na rin to. So, again, this one, medyo buggy mess na to. Wala akong magagawa dito kay 3ds Max. Usually, dapat ma-fix na yan. Once I did a test demo on this one, it's got fixed. So, if it's not fixing for you, that's completely fine. Since ano naman to, medyo minor naman na mga parts to, mako-cover naman to ng usual na aluminum na part natin. Let's just leave this be na lang muna and let's continue onwards. Kasi ang important na case lang natin dito is matanggal natin tong nasa main body natin and as well here dito sa baba, no? So yun ang important na kailangan natin dito. But for now, maglagay na tayo ng mga seams natin para sa ating UV map, no? So isipin nyo na muna sa case natin dito for our soda can is where the wrapper will start and saan mag-e-end ang inyong wrapper, no? So, again, top to bottom lang naman ang wrapper natin dito. So, you can easily pick kung saan nyo dito gusto mag-start and saan mag-e-end. So, unahin na muna natin kung saan mag-i-start, no? So, sa cases natin na gagawin ngayon dito, I think it's a much better na idea if, again, you have a soda can on hand para makita nyo kung ano yung usual na start point and end point ng mga soda can natin. Because sa cases natin dito, again, super high poly tayo dito. Medyo mahirap talaga ma-select yung pinaka unang edge dito where the metal part and the actual wrapper is connected, no? So, ang gagawin na lang natin dito to is basically ease our selection na lang. We're just going to pick an edge loop near dun sa metal part natin dito. Hindi naman siya makikita masyado kasi nagdi-dip down naman konti itong metal part natin. So, we're just going to pick an edge loop na near dun sa actual na edge na nagko-connect those two pieces together. So, I'm just going to select this one. So, I'm just going to properly zoom in lang para makita nyo kung alin yung sineselect ko. So, I'm just going to select this one right here, this bit. Or basically, kung ano yung trip nyo, no? Kung saan nyo sa tingin na mas maganda ang selection nyo. So, I'm just going to select an edge, and then control, then double left click din ako sa katabi niya na edge. Para ma-select lang yung buong loop na yan, okay? So once that's selected, punta na tayo sa Open UV Editor, which again, should open up this portion right here. And then click lang natin si break to add our seam, okay? And then as you can see here, nalagay na yung seams natin. Now, next naman natin dito, and as you can see, no, what I mentioned earlier, hindi naman masyadong kita yan sa ating mismong camera, no? So, okay naman yan. That's a good seam naman for us to start. Now, next naman natin dito is going to be at the bottom. So, pansin ko, in usual na metal, na mga soda cans ng Pepsi, ang wrapper nila, they always tend to go sa pinakababa talaga, no? Tapos ang matitira na lang dito is basically this sort of rim na part natin dito, which is just going to be metal. So, ang gagawin lang natin dito, para makasave lang ako ng space, I'll just move it right around here. Babalik ko na lang yan mamaya. Gagawin ko is, I'm going to select an edge loop again na sa tingin ko na kung saan mag-end yung wrapper. So, what I'm thinking right now is, saan magi-start yung parang rim ng metal natin dito? Saan maganda mag-start? So, looking at my perspective, I think it's a good idea if I try to select this portion right here, no? Itong edge loop natin dito. So, I want my wrapper to end right here. Siguro pwede pa dito, no? So, I think para mas magandang flat na portion yung na dito. Yep, mas flat yung portion natin dito. So, I'm just going to select this part right here. Control, and then double left click sa katabi niya na edge para ma-select yung buong edge loop. And then going back sa ating UV editor, let's click break once again. Click natin yan. And then nagkaroon na tayo ng panibagong seams dito. Let me just move around here again. So next na goal naman natin dito is the most tedious part because yung paghanap natin dito kung sa paano natin i-unwrap yung main na wrapper natin dito. Because definitely, kapag sinubukan natin i-unwrap to, just like yung binigay ko na example sa candy wrapper, if I unwrap this label right here, click ko lang quick peel. Let's just wait for it to peel. Hindi yan yung magiging gusto natin na shape. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. We need to have the shape the same exact shape dito sa label natin. So basically, ang goal natin dito is a rectangular na unwrap, no? So again, concept natin dun sa sa ating candy wrapper, we just need one more edge, basically one more seam that basically cuts down the middle ng ng ating wrapper dito, no? Now, my main concern here, however, is paano natin malalaman kung saan magandang mag-cut ang ating mga soda can, okay? So, sa case natin dito, you're gonna have to definitely observe, no, kung saan nagka-cut yung mga manufacturer ng soda can sa sa label natin dito. Malalaman na kagad natin yan din dyan sa mismong label natin. So, basically, yung cut point natin dito is basically our leftmost and rightmost na edge dito sa texture natin. So, determining that, hahanapin nyo naman ngayon yan sa model nyo kung saan sa tingin nyo nag-connect yung dalawa. We need to find a approximate location, no? Because at the end of the day, kapag kahit may seam na tayo dyan, magko-connect naman tong dalawa na to, no? It's always going to be connecting, so hindi siya magmumukhang hindi seamless, no? So, we just need to find a good location to where we want to place this position, no? Where we want to place this specific na seam, no? So, usually, mga napapansin ko na cases sa mga soda cans dito, madaling malaman yan is if we look dito sa pinakataas natin, okay? So, yung sa taas natin dito, this is where we try to use our finger para mag-open yung soda can natin dito, which is right here, no? Ito yung pinaka-opening hole nun. So, usually, ang napapansin ko, when manufacturers do it, yung pinaka-seam point natin dito, yung pinaka-seam line ng wrapper nila, is always going to be at around 30 to 45 degrees south side ng south side natin. Now, 30 to 45 degrees either sa left or sa right portion natin. It's entirely up to them kung saan nila gusto. Kasi ang nangyayari dito, what we want to see sa usually siguro sa mga manufacturer, ang gusto nila makita, nandito yung pinaka logo ng ating soda can, no? So knowing that, let's try to find an appropriate seam na lang dito, no? So again, 30 to 45 degrees nasa left or nasa right. It entirely depends on you. Ang pinaka-important natin dito, yung pinaka-main na logo natin is right here, no? So let's just try to pick something, no? Okay lang naman kahit hindi naman exactly 30 to 45 degrees. Let's just pick something random na lang, no? So, ang gagawin natin, para yung pinaka-quick na shortcut natin dito, let's select an edge kung saan nag-i-start yung seam natin right here. Let's select that and then hanapin lang natin yan. Let's just follow this certain edge, no? Follow lang natin yan. Just follow where it ends. Ito lang yung medyo tedious part, no? So, you're gonna have to keep an eye dun sa edge na fina-follow nyo. Because after makita nyo na yung final na edge natin, kung saan basically yung final edge na kung saan nag-end yung ating line na yon, yung ating seam na yon, which is going to be right here, ang gagawin natin dito, while the first edge is still selected, press and hold control naman natin ngayon yung last na edge. Para, once we do that, control and then double left click, yun yung isa-select natin. Now, currently, medyo may konting error ako dito. So, sa case natin dito, we just have to redo it again. No? So, medyo hassle lang tong part na to. So, sa case natin dyan, ulitin lang natin. Let's just start na lang dito sa edge natin dito. Usually, dapat magana yan. Mag-isolate lang dun sa specific na edge natin dito. Okay? So, ito lang yung medyo concerning na to. No? So, sa case natin dito, it should have worked, but yeah, medyo hassle dito si 3ds Max. So, medyo tedious na nga to. So, let's just, what I'm gonna be doing na lang para madali yung pag-deselect natin dito. I'm just going to deselect yung kung saan nagko-connect yung hindi natin kailangan. So, let's just, hang on. Medyo tedious na to. So, dito, right here, no? So, Alt, then left click tayo dito. Come on, ayaw niya mag-deselect. So, medyo hassle na to. Teka. Anin lang natin to. Let's just focus on this one. This portion right here. Kailangan natin ma-deselect yan. So, wala lang natin to. So, teka. Let's just select this again para ma-select lang ulit natin. And then, Alt, left click. Come on, deselect. Ayaw niya talaga mag-deselect. Try naman natin dito. Ayaw rin. Ay, nako. Hassle na tong 3ds Max. Hang on here. Let me just reorient again. Nawala na ako. Ayun. So, ang goal again natin dito is we just need to deselect yung mga parts na to. Tapos, pwede nating multi na lang. Teka. Let's try to go to sa F3 natin para madali natin makita. Come on. Ayaw niya mag-deselect. Iba yung sineselect niya. No? So, konting tiis lang tayo dito. So, again, let's just try to select again. Okay. So, Alt, then left click. Ayaw niya talaga magpa-select, no? So, tsaga-tsaga lang. Ayaw talaga niya magpa-select. Teka. So again, ito na yung sinasabi ko main problem natin dito if on why ayaw natin talaga dito ng open subdiv na na ayaw natin maglagay ng open subdiv muna sa ating mga models because in cases like this one, mahirap na talaga tong ma-resolve, no? So let's just try this one more trick na lang. So try your best na lang to try and select yung part natin dito. This one right here. So, okay. So, kaya naman select natin dyan. Okay, let's just deselect this. Okay, there we go. Isa pa, try natin i-select pa to. Okay. Alt, left click. Okay, there we go. So, okay na yon. So, ang ginagamit ko na tool dito is basically itong field of view na tool natin dito. This one is another type of zoom. So, kung gusto niyo ginagawa na yon, just click on this one and then parang zoom niyo lang yan with your left mouse button. Okay? Tapos kung gusto niyo exit out lang doon, right click lang kayo and then balik lang kayo sa pag-select tool. Okay? And then, let's just do the same here. Kailangan lang natin ma-disconnect lang yung edges na yon from our current na gusto na selection. Once matanggal naman na natin yan, let's just press Alt and then double left click tayo dun sa unnecessary na edge loop natin dito. So there we go, natanggal na natin and sinama pa rin niya. So hassle na to, sobrang hassle na to. Ay nako. So sa case natin dito, konting tiyaga na lang tayo dito. So what I'm gonna be doing here is sa case natin dito, kung medyo naglolo ka na dito si 3ds Max, either reset or if you want to continue onward, which is what I'm going to do, get in the zone because matagal-tagal tayo mag-deselect ng mga unnecessary edges natin dito. So, I'm just going to pause right here. And basically, I'm going to time-lapse na lang this one. And then I'll probably talk here and there kung may bibigay ako na tips and tricks dito. But most likely, I'm just basically suffering currently with this one. So, I'll be right back. Di nyo na kailangan tong hintayin, but yeah. Just wait for the time-lapse. Okay, after a few unnecessary minutes, finally na-clean up na natin. Well, I cleaned it up, but yeah, sobrang tedious na to, no? So, this is again, one lesson na to kung bakit gusto nyo ng mag-blender. I mean, ipanghuli ang open subdiv because you're gonna want to try and avoid something like that, no? And again, since 3ds Max is a buggy mess, ayaw natin maranasan yung what I experienced, no? So, after maselect na natin yung gusto natin na seam dito, na sobrang dali lang dapat, let's just click on break para maging seam na natin to. Okay, so just double checking, wala naman nang tayong kahit anong problem dito. So, pwede na natin silang i-unwrap. Let's just unwrap this one first. Selecting natin to, double left click, then let's quick peel. And then let's just wait for it to peel. Hintayin lang natin. There we go. So this one right here, ito lang yung medyo unfortunate natin kay 3ds Max, no? So alam natin dito is what we want here is to be rectangular by nature, no? So sa case natin dito, this one is cannot be avoided talaga, no? Kung sa Blender natin ginawa to, diretsong plane lang tayo dyan, regardless na kahit meron tayong mga curve dito sa ating sa ating software natin, sa ating model, no? So this one is a little bit of an unfortunate na thing kay 3ds Max, no? But sa case natin dito, it can still be remedied pa rin naman, no? So we can still make do with this one. Medyo unfortunate lang na ganito yung binibigay sa atin ni 3ds Max sa case natin dito. But again, we're working with what we have here para sa ating model dito, because again, this one is a high poly model na, which is again not exactly suitable for a good UV unwrap process, no? So, we're working with what we got now. So, I think at this point na lang, it's almost a better choice na lang to go for our basic na method dito. But, yeah, simulan na natin tong UV unwrapping, tapusin na rin natin siya, no? And we'll basically try and do what we can to try and fix what we still have here, no? Now, next natin, let's Control A ulit, lahat natin para ma-unwrap na nga natin lahat. Kasi lahat naman na yung mga kailangan natin, may seams naman na. So, let's just Control A and then let's do a quick peel once again para ma-set up na natin yung UV map natin. Okay, so may konting problem tayo dito ngayon, no? So, currently, it's not detaching. So, at this point, yeah, medyo faulty na talaga ng 3ds Max. Nagawa na natin ng seams and everything dito, but I think sa case natin dito with 3ds Max, it's a little bit of a wasted effort na to. So kung ayaw niya talaga mag-peel dito despite having all the seams right here, because again, 3ds Max is a buggy mess. Wala tayong magagawa dito. If your software is denying na tawag doon, ayaw niya mag-peel talaga niya dito. Ayaw niya talagang i-peel yung nyo, yung model nyo despite what we are currently doing. Let's try to peel this one natin. Okay, nagawa niya to. It peeled this one. How about the rest? Okay, let's try to still keep going. Wag natin to. Let's not give up on this one. Let's try to peel this then. Okay, na-peel din siya. Okay, so ayaw niya mag-control A and peel, which doesn't really make sense, but sa case natin dito, I mean, if it works, right? So, let's just keep on doing this one. Quick peel na rin natin to. What we're doing is basically pinipeel natin lahat. Okay, so there we go. Nandito na siya. Sobrang high poly, but again, as long as it's working, no? So, let's just keep on doing this para ma-peel lang natin lahat ng mga parts natin. Let's quick peel this one. What's next? Okay, so ito lang yun. Wala siyang wala pala itong masyadong construct nito. But okay, that's fine lang rin naman. Kasi again, kahit hindi naman natin i-peel na rin naman to, makakuberan din naman yan with our aluminum na texture, no? So I think that still should be fine. So, quick peel lang rin natin to. Okay, that should be good. Hindi na natin masyadong kailangan i-focus yung ginawa na seams ni 3ds Max for this one. So, quick peel din natin tong last two natin. Meron pa pala dito sa loob, which should be no problem. Let's just wait for this to peel. Okay, there we go. Peel na siya. Next natin, what is this? Ano to? Ito. So, let's just quick peel na rin natin dito. Kahit hindi naman natin quick peel na rin naman to, okay lang rin naman. So, we got our parts right here. So, yung magiging main priority natin ngayon dito is, again, we're gonna want to try and make this one as our biggest space that we can. Because yung mga rest natin dito, they are all basically low priority na. No? Hindi naman kasi masyado makikita. So, we don't really need a lot of space for this one. For the metal parts. No? Kailangan natin maximize space dito is yung ating texture dito, no? Yung parang sa label pala natin, I'm sorry. So, ano natin to? Yung mga other parts natin dito, we can just minimize them as small as we can para ma-fit lang natin siya sa space. Maximize na lang natin yung buong space natin dito. Let's try to move them all here. Actually, mamaya na muna natin yan. Unahin na muna natin yung dalawang malaking parts natin dito. So, since pagkapareho sila halos ng scale natin, let's scale them both down. And then, lagay natin sila dito. Okay, masyado pa rin sila malaki. So, let's scale them both again. Until magkasya lang yung dalawa. So, let's put it here. And then this one. Oops. Sarap natin to. Let's move it right here. Dito sa gilid, sa tabi niya. And this one. Lagay na natin siya dito. Then this one, lagyan natin siya dito. Okay. Then this, all of this naman, pwede natin itong dire-diretso na lang na maliit lang. Kasi again, hindi naman natin sila kailangan na super detailed sa texture natin. Kasi more or less, if you look sa mga soda cans natin, they don't really have much texture, no? Parang plain na metal lang sila. So, I'm just gonna make this one as small as we can na pwede dito sa UV map natin. Let's just scale it na rin para yun nga, mag-fit lang sila dito. Let's scale it again. Scale natin pababa. Let's move it right here. And then let's move yung last 3 natin dito, which again, hindi naman natin kailangan sila na super laki sila kasi very low priority sila in terms of texture, no? So, let's just minimize that. Okay na silang ganyan. Let's rotate na lang para nga mapagkasya lang natin. Or if you want to, just scale it down. It doesn't really matter. So, let's just leave it like that. Okay. So, more or less, ito yung goal natin dito sa ating tawag dito, sa ating UV map natin para sa soda, no? Let's just double check everything. Wala ba nag-overlap? Wala naman nag-overlap, no? So, I think this one is still good, no? So, what I'm going to do next is siguro I'm going to try to straighten this up a bit para yung nga madali natin ma-place yung texture natin dito. But, more in a normal case scenario, ito yung binibigay sa atin ni 3ds Max, which again, doesn't really make sense, no? So, sa case natin dito, okay naman yung seams naman natin, pero regardless, binigay pa rin sa atin is super curve na UV maps, which is, again, not exactly good, no? So, we're gonna be working with what we have, no? But I think sa case natin dito, as much as I want to put in my texture here, ang mangyayari kasi dito, ipapakita ko na lang yung quick demo on paano mangyayari. Because usually, kahit ganito yung model natin, again, kapag in-unwrap natin to, usually ang mangyayari dyan, it should be a straight plane, no? Straight na plane lang yung bibigay dapat sa atin dyan. But, 3ds Max is a little bit, yun nga, medyo buggy siya and medyo pangit yung AI niya with UV editing. Ito yung binigay sa atin, which sucks, no? So, this one is not exactly usable, but ipapakita ko na lang sa inyo, i-demo ko na lang sa inyo quickly kung paano natin siya pwedeng, kung paano natin pwedeng i-place dito yung mga textures natin with both the metal and yung ating, tawag dito, yung ating wrapper, no? So, I'm just gonna cut right here, open ko naman yung art software ko. Oh, I completely forgot. Of course, yun nga, since ang goal na nga natin dito is open canvas. I mean, not open canvas. I mean, any art tool. Of course, we have to export yung ating UV map, no? So I completely forgot about that. So let's just do that very quickly. Punta tayo sa tools. Let's go to our render UVW template. Now, dito sa case natin sa render UV, since our goal here is try to be as photorealistic as possible, taasan natin konti yung resolution, no? I'm not gonna be making a 4K texture, no? Masyadong mataas na yon. So sa case natin dito, I'll just probably make a 2K na texture. So 2048 by 2048. Again, width and height na mga UV maps natin should be in a square format, no? Or 1:1 aspect ratio, okay? And then, dahil medyo nababother ako dito sa seam edges natin, I'm just going to disable yung seam edges natin dito. And maybe I'm all good with all of this, no? I'm all good with this. Pwede ko naman ibahin yung edges ko dito, but I'm not gonna be doing that anymore kasi hindi ko naman siya exactly tinuro, no? So, I'm just gonna leave it as it is, 2048 by 2048 if you decide to follow along. Then, disable ko yung seam edges. And then, render UV template. Save lang natin to. So, we're just gonna be saving this once again sa ating textures. Let's go to our, where is it? Nasaan na yun? Folder natin. Ito, demo UV Unwrapping. Let's go to textures. Let's go to UV maps. And then, save lang natin siya along with the other 3. So, let's save this one is soda can underscore UV. So, basic naming system lang yan ulit, no? So, name of the model underscore UV should do just fine. And then, let's save it as PNG. And then, let's click save, okay? And then, once that's saved, let's open it up. Double check lang natin kung na-save siya. UV Maps. Andito siya, okay? So, we're all good. And pwede na tayo magpunta sa ating art software of our choice. So, again, I'll be using Open Canvas. Okay, now I've deselected everything. Let's just double check kung walang mga nadamay. Okay, may mga konting nadamay dito because of a couple of misclicks. But since ano lang naman yan, iisa lang naman natin na misclick ko. So, let's just reselect it by pressing Control, left click, and then okay. There we go. Na-select na natin lahat ng kailangan natin for our body. Okay? So, since nakaselect ng lahat to, punta na tayo dito sa my editable poly. And then we're gonna go scroll down and go here sa edit geometry. And then we're gonna be selecting detach. Okay? After selecting detach, magkakaroon tayo ng option dito. It says here, detach as, and then may naming system tayo dito. So sa case natin dito, let's just rename this one to soda label siguro. O soda body na lang, no? Soda body para we know it's there, no? So yun na yung magiging purpose niya. So soda body, and then let's just click OK. There we go. So, ito na yung bago nating detached na part dito. So, this one should be we should be able to move this one. But as you can see right here, kapag minumove na natin yan, hindi na sumasama yung dalawang metal parts natin, which is what we want here, no? So, ang mangyayari dyan, if you're deciding to move these two parts right here, you have to move them together, no? Kung gagalawin nyo yung buong soda as a whole, you have to keep remembering to select them as a whole, no? Okay, so okay na yung dalawa. We're basically done na, no? We can easily just import our textures. First, lagay muna natin yung soda can yung Pepsi material natin, which is gonna be right here. This should already be a perfect fit, no? But as you can see right here, may konting fix pa tayo dito, no? So, usually this one should be a perfect fit already, but this one is an easy fix. Next natin dito, let's just select our top na model right here. So, this one right here, it's the aluminum one. So, lagyan natin siya dyan. And both are good na, no? So, more or less, again, this one is a very rough na very rough na texturing, no? So sa case natin dito, this one is to be expected because again, this is not properly unwrapped. This is because UV mapping and UV unwrapping are very different. This one is automated na, no? But yun nga, since it's automated, it's handled by AI and the AI here is not exactly good. But this one should be an easy fix by using UVW map. And then, punta lang tayo sa cylindrical, and that should already fix it already, no? So, UVW map, cylindrical, since yun nga, this whole soda can is cylindrical by nature, it should be good na, no? And then, if you want to fix again yung sa top part natin dito, this one right here, it's the exact same thing, UVW map. Kung gusto nyo pang medyo may control pa kayo dito, that should be fine as well. Gawin lang natin cylindrical because yun nga, it's cylindrical by nature, or you can use the other mapping na nodes, other mapping na things natin dito. It's basically up to you, no? So, we have our first one right here, and then we have our second one right here. Two completely different models, but yun nga, as I mentioned, if you want it to be a little bit more realistic, yun nga, you try to follow yung mga how the manufacturers does it, no? So, sa case natin dito, naka-follow yung ating logic natin dito with the soda can being with the logo of the soda can being facing you, should be facing you, no? Kung saan nag-start yung ano na pala natin, yung this thing, yung kung saan natin ilalagay yung finger natin. And then this one right here, ito yung opposite natin, no? So it's all completely up to you kung ano yung gusto nyo dito. Again, both works, both have its ups and downs. Definitely sa case natin with our UV unwrap dito, being 3ds Max being bad at UV editing sa mga natin, sa ating mga cylindrical objects, because unlike Blender, 3ds Max doesn't really have any way to straighten out a UV, no? Without third-party options, no? So sa case natin dito, we did use a third-party option being Blender, and yun nga, it's a simple fix naman, no? But as you can see, we've already made two perfectly good models right here. There we go. We got two Pepsi cans right here. Now, before I move on to the open canvas, I might as well show you how, or basically why Blender is so much better sa mga cases na mga ganito. Specifically, magandang cases sa Blender with cylindrical objects like what we have here sa soda can. So I'm just gonna show you why it's a good option. So I'm still using the exact same soda can na in the UV unwrap natin kanina with 3ds Max. So I'm just gonna show you na even with this failure of a estimate ng 3ds Max, we can easily fix this with Blender with a few button clicks by simply selecting a face, then press natin si L, then right click, follow active to quads. And as you can see, yung desire natin kanina with a very straight na unwrap, na fix na kagad natin. And again, this is something na only mangyayari sa 3ds Max, yung kaninang curve natin dito. So if you want to do something na mga may cylindrical by nature, you might want to do it sa Blender. 3ds Max, again, it's not exactly a really good software para gamitin natin UV editor. So back to open canvas. So let's say na persistent ka and you don't really want to use Blender. That's completely fine. I get it. But I made a few points already that 3ds Max is nowhere near as good as any other software because medyo dated na talaga siya. But let's say, yun nga, nagpatuloy ka pa ng 3ds Max and yun nga, and we're gonna be texturing our soda na. So this one is fairly simple. I'm still gonna be using yung ginamit natin na unwrap natin na soda. So it's going to be not perfect, but I'm just going to show you how paano yung magiging placement natin sa art software natin, no? So, first of all, of course, kailangan nating i-import yung ating UV maps. So, open up your project folder, which is gonna be right here. When's mine? Ito, sodacan_UV, drag and drop lang natin yan. And then, before we do anything else, of course, let's rename again our UV map na layer, no? So, I'll just type in UV map for this one. And then, gawa na kagad tayo ng panibagong layer para sa ating background. Mababago rin naman natin yan mamaya because there's going to be a few things na bagong mangyayari dito. Because not only we're going to add yung wrapper na texture natin, we're also going to be adding the aluminum texture, no? So, let's just add a very simple na gray na background. So, let's just use a paint buckle tool for dito. There we go. So, makikita na kagad natin yan. Alright. So, sa case natin dito, let's open up our folder one more time and then import naman natin yung ating wrapper, no? So, this one is our soda label. Let's just drag and drop on this one. Again, guys, this one, it entirely depends sa inyo kung ano yung ginagamit nyo na software. Hindi nyo necessarily kailangan gamitin ang open canvas for this one. This thing is paid. So, kung ano yung what works for you, no? So, I'm just basically teaching you yung ways na lang natin to basically finish up our texture, no? So, nandito na tayo. Let's just copy and paste this one by pressing Ctrl+C. And then, lagay na natin siya dito. So, sa case natin dito, again, much better kung yung magiging resulting na unwrap natin dito is going to be a straight UV. I'll probably show yung fixed na UV na nagamit natin dun sa Blender with the quick segue lang dun, no? But sa case natin dito, alam ko sa Photoshop there is an option for you like na magkakaroon kayo ng isang grid na pwede nating basically itapat-tapat dito sa mga natin. Kaya it should work regardless pa rin, even with this curve na unwrap natin dito with the body, no? But in any case, so mangyayari dyan, you just paste your texture here, and then mangyayari dyan is you try and shape it according dun sa gusto natin dito, no? So it's a little bit tedious sa case natin with Open Canvas because Open Canvas does not really have that kind of tool. Kasi this one is mainly for illustrations, no? Not exactly for photo manipulation. But sa case nga natin ganito, you should have like an option like, yun nga tawag natin dito is free shape. It's more or less the same thing as yung sinasabi ko kanina with the grid and perspective kind of tool. What basically happens there is you're basically going to take yung mga corners natin or yung mga points natin dito to try and match yung ating unwrap natin dito. Again, you just need to fill out yung ating UV islands dito, no? So, as much as I want to continue on this one, I'm not gonna continue this one. Siguro gagamitin ko na lang yung ating finish na unwrap natin with sa Blender. So I'm just going to cut right here. No, so actually no, I'm not gonna cut right here because I need to finish this up because hindi pa tapos yung texture natin dito. So I'm going to just place it right around here lang muna. And what I'm gonna be doing next is I'm going to apply naman yung texture natin with the aluminum because yun nga, pagsasamahin na natin yung texture natin dito with the wrapper and as well as the aluminum para dun sa metal part natin. So, let's just open up our textures ulit. Dito naman ako sa aluminum. Now, itong aluminum na texture ko dito, you can easily find this one sa internet. Sa internet ka lang ito nahanap, sa Google Images, you can easily find this one. So, whatever suits you, no? Kung anong gusto yung trip na metal texture dito, as long as it's close to aluminum or close siya sa real thing ng mga real metal ng ating mga sodas, it should work just fine. Now this one, it's not exactly seamless, hindi siya 1:1 because ang mangyayari lang dito is we're just gonna fill our background with this one instead, no? So let's just drag and drop it here. Let's copy this and then mag-add tayo ng panibagong layer under dito sa ating Pepsi wrapper layer. No, not this one, not layer set. Let's just add a new layer. There we go. And then Control-V tayo to paste it. And then let's just scale this up. Again, it doesn't really matter kung ano yan. You might want to siguro sa case natin dito, it might be a good idea kung medyo liitan lang natin yung ano natin, yung scale natin dito kung gusto nyo hindi masyadong hindi masyadong tawag dito, hindi masyadong detailed yung ating mga texture dito, ano. But I think for the most part, sa case natin with the cans, we're gonna want it to be as detailed as possible here. So, okay naman to. So, I think I would appreciate yung grain para dun sa ating para dun sa ating texture ng ating metal parts for this one. Now, sa case naman natin dito sa mga accessories din sa taas, yung basically yung pang can opener natin, ano. So, this one doesn't really matter kung kung gaano ka-noticeable yung ating yung ating mga detail para sa aluminum, no? So I think for this one, you can just fill this up with whatever color you want. Siguro I think for this sa case natin dito, again, if you try to look dun sa ating mga real life sodas, for the most part hindi talaga natin nakikita yung how do I say this? Yung grain ng aluminum na metal doon. So I think instead of using this aluminum na texture natin, we should just probably paint this over with something similar in color dun sa soda can natin. So something a little bit silverish. And we're gonna finish up our texture na lang, yung basically yung reflective qualities nito dun sa ating 3ds Max. Now, so let's just paint over this one with simple na silver. Again, it doesn't really matter. Kung gusto nyo ng much more high quality na texture, sure, go ahead. It's up to you. But for demo purposes, ito lang yung gagawin natin dito. Hindi naman kasi masyadong magiging noticeable na tong part na to. Not unless the shoot or the shot that you're gonna be doing for the soda can is medyo close-up shot and specifically kitang-kita yung sa taas. This would definitely matter a lot kung bibigyan nyo ng kung bibigyan nyo ng much more high quality texture. That would be a more advisable na technique, no? Instead of doing this one, no? This one right here, okay naman to for basic na mga lang siya, basic texture for a game, no? Pwede rin naman siya, or as a prop, it doesn't really matter, no? As long as hindi siya masyadong close-up shot, and yun nga, hindi masyado nakikita tong parts natin dito, no? Because again, these ones are very low priority in terms of how I want to texture this soda can, no? So, in this case, ganito na yung magiging sample ng texture natin. Again, hindi masyadong finished to because again, our unwrap here from 3ds Max is kind of a failure because pangit yung estimation ni 3ds Max for this kind of cylindrical na object. No? So, I'll probably cut right here and then I'll just switch over dun sa ating UV map from our Blender. No? So, in any case doon, if you want to, again, if you want to use Blender, you can easily just go dun sa recording natin with the Blender only demo. Everything is all there, no? Much quicker yung demo natin. However, it's a little bit outdated, so you're not gonna have the exact same demo that I'm doing right now. So just follow along with that demo kung gusto nyo, just follow along with that discussion in terms of demo UV unwrapping. But in terms of doing the demos, sa mga sample na models natin, look dito sa ating recording na to because again, we are using soda and using burger as our main model. So I'll cut right here and I'll switch over dun sa ating sa ating Blender na UV map. It's the exact same thing. Ang napalitan lang natin doon is basically this cylindrical na unwrap natin. Now, another thing about it, since gagamitin ko rin naman yung Blender na to for the final texture, basically I'll probably just teach you na lang dito kung paano kung paano natin i-export from Blender as a quick segue, yun nga, and a quick promotion dun sa past recording natin in using Blender for UV unwrapping, no? So, I'll just do a quick na demo na lang for this one on how to save and how to export yung image yung bagong model natin dito because ang mangyayari dun sa Blender demo na yon is if you want to switch over to 3ds Max, that's completely fine. Ang mangyayari lang dito is we're just going to i-export natin yung bagong model natin dito with the new unwrap and then ililipat natin siya to 3ds Max and wala na tayong kailangan gawin doon. Again, if you want a full understanding and full on demo on how to do those things, punta lang kayo dun sa Blender recording natin, no? So I can't exactly stress it enough, no? So super duper beneficial talaga ang ang paggamit natin ng Blender for UV unwrapping. But for syllabus purposes, I'll stick with 3ds Max muna, and I'll just do a quick segue on this one. So, select muna natin yung soda can, and then let's go to File, let's go to, where is it? Export, and then Export FBX. Okay? So, dito sa, sa ating Blender file view, no, you're just gonna go to your to your project folder. So project folder natin, and then lagay na lang natin siya sa ating assets, no. So and then of course rename your your model, no. So just name it to how you want it to be noted, na how you want to remember it as a export from Blender, no. So sa case ko dito, I just renamed it Soda 3, no, because itong Soda 2 na to, this is the old model with yung deformed na yung distorted na unwrap natin with the body. So I'll just rename it Soda 3 na lang kasi yung yun ang in-export ko ulit kanina, no? So after doing that, make sure that selected objects is also on, okay? Para yung sinelect lang natin object dito sa Blender, yun lang yung i-export niya. Once all that's good, go na lang natin export FBX, and it should be good, no? So na export na natin yon. Ang next na kailangan natin gawin is we're gonna go dito sa ating edit mode. Go back to edit mode natin by pressing tab. And then, what we're doing here is currently nasa UV editing ako. Again, if you want a full lecture on how to do UV unwrapping in Blender, go to the Blender recording, okay? So, dito sa UV editing natin, let's go to UV. Let's go to export UV layout. And then what we're gonna be doing here is ito na yung basically yung pag-save natin ng UV natin sa 3ds Max. This is the exact version na, no? So again, punta muna tayo sa desktop, and then or basically to whichever folder your project folder is in. So I'm gonna go here, punta tayo sa textures, and then punta ako sa UV maps, and then I'm going to rename this one to how I do my naming system. So I'm just gonna rename this Soda Can. I'll just probably use 2 here. Sobrang multimedia artist ang pag-naming system. And then Soda Can 2 underscore UV, no? So same exact na naming system ang ginagawa ko dito, okay? So after that, make sure again all UVs is turn on natin. Make sure natin yan, and once that's enabled, make sure yung format natin is also a PNG, because again, we need to have transparency here para makita natin kagad yung mga result natin. Then yung size natin dito, if I remember correctly, we use 2048 dun sa ating 3ds Max. So let's do the exact same thing. Let's go 2048 on both. And then for the fill opacity, let's set it to 0 para full transparent yung UV map natin. And then once all that's good, let's just click export UV layout, and exactly na-save na kagad yung ating UV map. As you can see here, it's here now, no? Para ito na natin gagamitin ulit sa open canvas to basically finish up again our texture. So let me just go back there, exit na dyan, and then let's go back to our open canvas. Let's probably destroy that. We don't need that anymore. Gawin lang natin, let's just drag and drop this one. Lagay tayo dyan. And then for this one, what we're gonna be doing now is, since since this is a new file, already may background na ako dito, so I think this should be good enough, but maglagay na rin tayo ng isa pang background layer para hindi tayo masyadong malito, kasi medyo nababother ako sa white, no? So I'm just going to again rename my UV map layer first para alam ko kung ano yung UV map layer ko. Let me just hide this one. Let's go to my paint bucket tool, then gawin natin itong medyo dark gray, and then let's fill that up para makita lang natin. And then again, since compared dun sa previous na Soda Can unwrap natin, this one is much more cleaner and much more fit dito sa ating, not this one, dito sa ating Pepsi wrapper. This one right here, may konting stretching lang tayo aayusin, but more or less, it's much better compared to what we had earlier. Okay, so let's just go back to our Soda Can texture, Soda wrapper texture, Control C. I forgot to turn this on. Hang on. There we go. And then let's go back to this one. Let's go Control V. And then let's just organize it to how we want to, okay? Now this one, magandang snug fit lang tayo. Exact fit tayo dapat sa natin dito sa ating UV map natin dito para malinis yung texture natin, okay? So, let's just press Control T. If I remember correctly, that should be the exact same para sa Photoshop. So, let's just fit it right here. Sakto natin siya mismo dito sa end ng gray na lines natin dito, no? Yung gray na part natin dito, okay? Yung black pala, sorry. And then, let's just do the exact same thing here. Lagay natin dito naman. Dito sa part natin, right here. There we go. Next natin is we need to fit this one right here. Ito na lang, select na natin sa gilid. And then, that should be a full fit. Hindi pa. Let's go here. Sagad natin. There we go. That should be a perfect fit na, as you can see right here. That way, kapag ginamit na lang natin itong texture na to, it should be good na dun sa ating soda can. And then, what we're gonna be doing next is, again, this one, yung aluminum natin dito. Let's just Control C on this one. And then, dito naman sa ating metal parts right here. So, I guess for this one, hindi na natin masyadong ilakihan yung yung port natin dito. Let's just duplicate this one and then maybe stretch out na lang natin to konti. Tingnan lang natin kung medyo okay ba sa tingin natin dito. I think that's completely fine naman na. And then, let's just duplicate that one. Control Z natin yan. Then Control V. Let's duplicate it right here. And then, sa case natin dito, this one doesn't really, ito currently nag-overlap yung texture natin dito. This is something that you might want to avoid. But then again, sa case natin dito, mapapatungan naman natin yan ng simple na gray colors. Or if you want to use yung ano nga natin, yung same texture natin dito, as you can see, medyo seamless din naman to more or less. So I think siguro, instead of using that gray texture na ginamit natin kanina, let's just keep using yung aluminum texture natin dito. So I'm just gonna delete this layer and then duplicate ko na lang ulit to. And then I'll just paste it right here para consistent yung texture natin. That way, malinis tingnan ang ating model. Siguro sa case natin dito, para medyo maiba lang konti yung itsura nito, I'll probably rotate this one siguro. I'll probably rotate it to a different angle. Siguro right this one para medyo may contrast yung ano natin. May konting difference yung texture natin. Hindi masyadong mass-produce yung itsura, no? So that, again, that's probably one good advice then for you when you're gonna be creating your textures. Gawin yung inconsistent minsan yung mga ano nyo, yung mga texture nyo para hindi masyadong halata siya na fake, no? Kasi ang goal natin dito is photorealistic nga by nature, no? So, I think this one is a good texture map na. So, we can probably end this one right here and then we can save our new texture, our newly created texture. So, go na tayo for file, save as, and then let's just export this into a PNG. So, punta tayo sa demo UV Unwrapping, punta tayo sa textures. Let's go here and then let's create a new folder. Let's just do for the soda can model. Type lang natin soda can para alam natin this one is for the soda can. Let's click open and then let's rename this one soda can underscore base color. And then change natin file type to PNG or JPEG. It's entirely up to you. But PNG, much more high quality in terms of resolution. Okay, so click lang natin save. And we are done, no? Don't forget to not use transparent PNG. Gamitin natin 24-bit PNG, no? Para madali nga natin manotice sa mga folder natin. Then, click natin OK. And we should be good at this point, no? So, if we open up our folder back in, and then let's go to our soda can. There we go. Ito na siya, no? So, this is our finished texture, okay? So, we've got our finished texture. Lipat na ngayon tayo dito sa 3ds Max natin. So, dito na sa 3ds Max natin, right now I'm currently still using the old model with the distorted na how do you say this? Distorted na soda can. So, ayusin lang natin to, no? So, let me just turn ito na pala, on na pala yun ulit. Never mind. Let's just delete this one. We're not gonna need this anymore because yun nga, we are gonna be using yung ginamit natin na refined na UV unwrap natin from Blender. So, if you remember, in-export natin yung model natin na nanggaling dun sa Blender with the refined unwrap natin. So, let's just go to import, and then let's just re-import yung Soda 3 natin. This was the Blender soda can na ginamit na ni-refine natin. Then go to open, click OK, and you should be good right here, no? So it's still having the exact same na naming system natin dito because yun nga, it's the exact same model, ni-refine lang natin. However, the only difference here, pansin nyo, wala na yung unwrap UVW. That's completely fine because the system already knows na meron na siyang UV map inside of it, no? Hindi na natin kailangan lagyan ng unwrap UVW kasi ang mangyayari dyan, if we add another unwrap UVW modifier, papalitan niya yon. I-overwrite niya yung last na ginawa natin. So, we don't want that anymore. Diretso na kagad tayo sa material editor para malagay na natin yung texture natin. So, let's just press M to open our material editor. And then, let's add a physical material. And then, let's go to our texture. Ito yung soda can natin. Let's just go here, drag and drop. Let's minimize this one for now. And then, base color to base color. And para malagay na lang natin to see the results, let's just click and drag this one. And as you can see right here, nalagay na yung texture natin and it's already accepting the full resolution of the entire texture, no? So, we've got a good na dito. So, more or less, it's one, yung sa can natin dito, I think we could probably add a much better texture for this one. Maybe I'll just change this one to a different one. Maybe a different metal texture. And as you can see dito sa ilalim, we've also got the metallic texture done as it should be, no? So, punta na tayo sa high quality para makita lang natin ng much more cleaner. As you can see, there we go. We got a more or less photorealistic na soda can right here. Now, in terms of texture, anyway, of course, mangyayari dito is we're gonna be rendering this one. We're just gonna have to fix up a bit of the textures here. But more or less, this should be fine all on its own because wala naman masyadong kailangan na touches anymore dito. Not unless siguro kung gusto nyo lagyan ng konting moisture, which I will discuss at the later end of the video, no? But for now, we should be good on this one. So, using 3ds Max and Blender, no? 3ds Max for the most part we did the unwrapping, and then sa Blender, since medyo faulty yung binigay sa atin ng AI ng 3ds Max, we managed to fix it sa Blender with a few button clicks, no? So if you're interested in knowing that sort of solution, in trying to fix cylindrical objects and basically trying to straighten it out, I'll probably teach it next meeting, no, while we are finishing up your render, because babalikan ulit natin to as part of our demo next meeting. Okay, so with that out of the way, we've finished our first texture model. We got our Pepsi can, we got our wrapper, and again we got our metal texture all in one material. So we already saved up a lot of time on this one. But let's say yun nga, what we did earlier is, again, as I mentioned from the start, it's tedious, no? It's very tedious, but very fruitful naman yung natin. Very rewarding naman yung output natin dito, no? Because again, this one is an accurate depiction already of a good soda can, no? And we have much more control on what we try to apply, on what we want to apply dun sa texture natin. Because again, we're the ones who are creating the texture here, no? So we have full control on how we want to change it, no? But let's say you don't want any of that. If you just want a very quick option, a little bit dirty, but it's quick pa rin nonetheless, no? Meron din tayo may konting tedious parts, but it's definitely less tedious to what we did right here, no? So, going back dun sa duplicate natin kanina, let's bring back our soda can basic. This time, however, ang gagawin natin dito, instead of using UV unwrapping, we are going to be using multiple textures, no? So, dalawang textures yung gagamitin natin dito, no? Number one is, of course, yung aluminum na ginawa natin dito, no? So, let's just rename this one for now. Para alam natin ito yung sa soda can natin. Soda can. And then, let's create two new physical materials, no? Two new physical materials. One is for the aluminum, and then one is for the for the wrapper, no? So, lagay lang natin muna yung mga textures natin para ready na yung textures natin para malagay na siya agad, no? So, this one yung soda natin, and then aluminum should be right here. Ito yun. There we go. And then drag and drop. Alright, that should be good. And then connect the dots lang muna natin. Leave it be lang muna natin sila muna because we need to do a little bit of prep work first mismo dun sa model natin, no? Because mangyayari dyan, sa case natin, we're basically doing the exact same concept that with what we did dito sa natin, sa first na model natin with the UV unwrapping. We're basically isolating yung wrapper muna natin from the metal parts. However, this one takes it a little bit too literally, no? By isolating it, I mean we're going to be detaching yung entire na body natin dito from our metal parts, no? So, it's going to be tedious, no? Bakit hindi na lang natin gawin yung yung two materials and basically multiple materials into one object? No, while yes, pwede naman natin gawin yon, it's not going to give a very nice result, no, so to speak. So, ang nangyayari dun kasi, yun nga, this one is a cylindrical object. Ang mangyayari dyan, if you want to fix your textures, because again, if you have errors dun sa pag-display natin ng texture, we use UVW map, remember? But sa case natin doon, we are using two textures in one object. So, kung gagamitin natin yan ng UVW map, it's going to affect both of them, no? So, mangyayari dito, we are going to separate these two, no? So, sa case natin dito, in terms of prep work while you are modeling a soda can, kung ganito yung gagawin nyo na process, you might want to already separate it during modeling, no? Para hindi kayo mahirapan in detaching it. But then again, detaching this one is super simple, no? So, first of all, make sure editable poly tayo, no? So, editable poly na tayo dito. And then, what we're gonna be doing next, select natin si face select. Because what we are gonna be doing now is, we're going to select the portion, or basically the faces, or the polygons, that will consist of the body, no? So, sa case natin dito, ito yung process natin ng pag-isolate ng ating body natin, no? So, it's the exact same process, know where to start and know where to end. And then, simple selecting lang yan. Highlight, select lang natin yan. So, starting dito tayo sa taas. And then, punta tayo sa baba, no? But, of course, double check lang natin kung may natatamaan tayo. Ito, like, for example, this one right here. May natamaan tayo dito na hindi natin gusto. So, sa case natin dito, just press Alt, left click. Double left click pala. Alt, double left click para ma-disable yung ating mga unwanted na selection dito. But sa case natin dito, I think it's much better na lang to reselect it again, no? So sa case natin dito, let's just select it. Let's just start na lang muna dito sa natin. So this one is going to be not exactly sorry. This one is part of the tedious things na gagawin natin dito sa basic na UV mapping natin dito, no? Because highlight selecting this one, since yun nga, sobrang high poly nito, medyo mahirap siya, no? Medyo mahirap natin matansya. Because if you want to highlight, select everything, make sure, naka-zoom in dapat tayo dito. But sa case natin dito, my best advice for you is, wag muna kayo mag-settle dito sa, wag kayo mag-start dito sa pinakataas. Make sure maybe a few spaces below it. Doon kayo mag-start ng highlight, select nyo, and then move downward kayo, papunta kung saan magtatapos yung wrapper natin, no? Then after natin ma-select yan, magdagdag na lang tayo ng mga panibagong mga selections dito. Isagad na lang natin siguro somewhere around here, no? So similar lang dun sa ating UV unwrapping na spacing, no? So control, double left click lang tayo. Control left click muna tayo on one face theater, and then control, double left click tayo para ma-select yung loop ng mga faces na yan. Okay? So, right here, lagay lang natin dyan. And then, maybe we can stop right here, no? But, di pa tayo tapos, no? While okay na for the most part yung natin dito, yung sa top part natin dito, remember, yung sa ilalim natin, this one is supposed to be metal. No, we don't want it to be a part of the selection here. No, kasi kapag nakaselect pa rin to and naglagay tayo ng texture para dun sa ating para sa ating soda wrapper, maapektuhan na rin to. So, we have to deselect this one. So, again, this is going to be a bit tedious. So, Alt, double left click lang tayo. Alt left click muna tayo on one polygon, and then Alt, and while still holding Alt, double left click tayo sa katabi niya, and rinse and repeat, no? Do be careful nga lang, however, once you reach this certain part, no? So, okay pa tayo dito. Mag-stop muna tayo dito sa next part natin dito. Right here, no? So, this one right here, this is not a perfect loop, no? While yes, ano siya? While yes, they are four-sided polygons, see what happens kapag Alt double left click ako, no? Nagkakaroon tayo ng error na ganito. May nadadamay na mga faces dito. So, we don't want any of that. So, sa problem natin dito, kapag nangyayari yung ganon, sad to say na kailangan lang talaga natin dito na manual na i-select. Hindi natin to pwedeng highlight select din dito kasi ang mangyayari dyan, magpa-pass through rin yan yung selection natin. So, mano-mano lang natin select yan. But since this one is super easy, much madali naman ma-select yung mga parts natin, yung mga selection natin dito, since they are quite big naman, this one should be easy, no? Mabilisan lang to, no? It should only take you a couple of minutes stops. Okay? So, I'll be right back siguro until once I'm finished with this one. Quick disclaimer. I'm a dumbass. I'm an idiot. And I made a big mistake. The footage that you're gonna be seeing starting right now and probably an hour in or so, well, the mic got cut off, so yeah, you're not gonna be really hearing anything aside from probably music, but yeah, I added some notes instead. That's just too much footage for me to re-record, and there's really not enough time. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Don't hate me. Just look at the notes. If you're working with an earphone on and you're just listening to this fucking lecture, well, it's a good time to start viewing the footage, man. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Okay, now, if you made it this far, well, that only means yun nga, you're gonna be following along with my tutorial on how to make yung patty texture natin dito. This one's going to be relatively quick. I'm not gonna fully discuss yung ins and outs ng um, technique natin dito sa Blender on how we can make said texture. I'm just gonna leave it dun sa other recording natin, dun sa ano natin, with the Blender only demo. Kasi nandun din naman yun. It's a more extensive guide doon. But for now, since the patty texture that we're gonna be making is not exactly too complicated naman, it just needs a couple of imagination lang naman natin dito ang kailangan natin. So, it's not going to be super duper complex. No? So, of course, what we're going to be doing is, again, we're going to be using Blender on this one. Again, you don't really need extensive knowledge, so I'm just going to display to you kung ano yung basic controls lang natin dito, nakakailanganin natin dito. We don't really need to make we don't really need to delete everything here. I mean, we can delete everything, mas maganda i-delete nga natin lahat. And I'm just going to be teaching you yung mga basic controls like yung basic panning and orbiting. We don't really need to move things right here. Kasi yun nga, it's not gonna be necessary. What we're gonna be doing is i-import natin dito yung model natin ng patty. No? Since yung ginawa natin na model natin dito sa patty, let me just put it right here. This one right here, hindi naman natin ginalaw yung patty na model natin. We didn't really move our burger as well. So, diretso na natin kagad i-import yung exact model natin dito. You can export this one or you can import yung old na natin na burger model natin. It doesn't really matter, no? Kailangan nila natin talaga doon is yung patty lang naman natin. So, going dito sa Blender, let's just do the latter one. Yung import na lang natin yung old na asset natin dito. But first, let's clear everything off our viewport by pressing A to select everything. And then, press lang natin si delete. No? Yung delete sa keyboard, or kung wala kayong delete sa keyboard nyo, or hindi nagpa-function yon, press nyo lang si X to delete and then just confirm lang natin with the left click button. Okay? Now, next natin, dito tayo sa file. We're gonna go dito sa file and basic ano lang to, no? Same lang rin siya sa 3ds Max. So, punta lang tayo sa import. And then this time, unlike sa 3ds Max, dito i-determine kagad natin kung anong file type yung i-import natin. Now, since yung burger model natin is an FBX file, we are going to be using FBX. So, hover dito sa import and then select FBX and then hanapin nyo lang yung file nyo. No? So, it's going to be here, yung akin, and then select ko lang si burger FBX. No? Wala na tayong kailangan galawin dito. Remain as is lang yan. No? And then, click lang natin, import FBX, and we are good. No? So, again, just like yung kanina natin, meron siya dito camera and lights. This one functions correctly sa Blender, but yun nga, hindi naman natin kailangan yan. We're just gonna be deleting that for now. No? And then the rest, we can delete them as well, no? Kasi ang kailangan lang natin dito is yung patty. So, basic viewport controls natin dito is going to be a little bit different kay 3ds Max because unlike yung orbit natin sa 3ds Max, which is Alt and then middle mouse button, sa Blender, it's just straight up middle mouse button. And as you can see right here, ito yung screencast ng controls ko, no? So, this is another benefit kung bakit maganda magturo with Blender, no? Kasi may built-in na screencast na kagad siya dito. So, middle mouse button, orbiting, no? Simple enough. Next natin is spanning, press and hold shift, and then middle mouse button naman natin yan, no? So, simple lang naman. Yun lang na kailangan natin tandaan dito na controls dito. May mga ituturo ko mamaya dito na simple na hotkey lang later, but that one is super simple to use naman, no? So, you're just gonna have to take note on that one if you decide to use Blender to make your textures, no? So, again, just get used to this one. Medyo maninibago talaga kayo dito kasi baliktad yung ano natin, controls natin with orbit and panning. With, again, middle mouse button for orbit, press and hold shift, and then middle mouse button to pan. Okay? Now, back to our texturing, no? So, again, kailangan lang natin dito yung patty. So, we're just gonna be deleting everything dito, no? Except for the patty. Just select an object and then press natin delete, 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 delete. Ang ititira lang natin dito is yung patty natin, no? Kasi mangyayari dyan, after we're done with our texture here, i-export naman natin to and ililipat natin tong patty na to dun sa ating 3ds Max. Okay? So, we've got our patty solo dito na lang sa ano natin. Hindi na natin gagalawin yan. Hindi ko na kailangan ituro sa inyo kung paano yung movement natin dito because diretso na kagad tayo sa texture paint natin. But, before we do anything sa texture paint, kailangan natin ng konting setup muna, no? First, select muna natin yung patty model natin. We need to tell Blender na bibigyan natin siya ng image texture, no? So, unlike kay 3ds Max, Blender has the option of creating an empty image, no? So, magbibigay siya ng isang image, but it's going to be empty, no? So, gagawin natin, selecting yung patty natin, and then dito sa gilid natin, this is our properties panel. Ito yung version natin dun sa 3ds Max, no? With the create, modify, etc., etc. At dito yon, no? So, what we're gonna be doing, pupunta ngayon tayo dito sa parang material na icon natin dito. This one right here, itong bilog na kulay red dito na may parang checkered na texture, no? So this one right here, material, click lang natin yan. And then we're just gonna be creating new. Click lang natin si new and we should be good, no? Now maganda dito siguro, let's just rename it diretso na lang as patty. It doesn't really matter, no? Malilipat din naman natin yan sa 3ds Max later on. But after magawa natin yan, makikita nyo dito sa base color, if you're using, konting side note lang pala, if you're using an old version of Blender, like let's say 3.4 and below, medyo iba yung magiging itsura nito, but more or less kapareho pa rin sila ng UI, no? May mga iba lang dito kasi sa 4.0 natin dito na version, which is the current latest version, medyo ano lang siya, no? Medyo na-minimize na yung mga ibang options natin dito. But again, kailangan lang natin dito is yung base color, okay? So, dito sa base color natin, may makikita kayo dito na yellow dot. Ganon din yan sa older versions. Click nyo lang yung yellow dot na yan, yung katabi ng base color na yan. And then, find nyo lang dito si image texture. Should be right here, nasa natin, column 2. This one right here, image texture. Click lang natin yan. And then, we're just gonna click on new. Now, mag-open tong parts natin dito. Click lang natin new. And magpa-pop up naman tong window natin dito. This one right here, it's just basically enabling us to create our new image. So, ang gagawin natin dito, ito na yung isa-set natin na size ng resolution ng image natin. Nang gagawin natin na UV map and texture, no? So, gagawin lang natin dito, let's just name it to, let's say, patty, no? Let's say patty underscore base color. Ito na kasi magiging name ng texture natin. And then, width and height natin, let's just make it 2048 by 2048 as well. Diretso na natin yan. And wala na tayong kailangan galawin dito. That should be fine na. Ang gagawin na natin dito is let's press OK. So currently wala tayong makikita dito na kahit anong texture, no? Because currently by default nasa solid mode tayo, no? So let's say isipin na lang natin to. Ito yung performance mode ni 3ds Max, no? So what we need to do is we need to view yung texture natin. That's how we want to see live dito sa Blender natin dito. Paano natin makikita yung texture, no? So, ang gagawin lang natin, dito sa viewport natin, make sure your mouse is in your viewport, ha? Press and hold natin si Z, and then, punta lang tayo dito sa material preview. So, again, press and hold Z, punta lang sa material preview, and then let go nyo lang si Z, no? So, again, I'm pressing Z lang, press and hold Z, punta sa material preview. And as you can see, currently, sunog yung patty natin, no? But really, it's the base texture ng natin, ng empty na base color na image natin dito, no? So, this one is an empty image. Gagawin lang natin dito, papatungan na natin yan ng sarili nating texture using dito sa texture paint natin in a little bit, no? But first, again, hindi pa tayo tapos. We still need to do a couple of setups first, no? Pero mabilis na lang to. Ilang button clicks natin dito because this involves UV unwrapping, no? So, chill. Huwag kayong magpanic muna. Iba ang UV unwrapping na gagamitin natin dito. This one is a much better na version ng pag-auto-generate ng mga seams ni Blender compared kay 3ds Max because this one right here, more or less, maganda na palagi yung binibigay niya na UV map sa atin, no? So, ang gagawin lang natin muna to get that specific UV map, again, select natin si patty model natin and then we're gonna be pressing tab, okay? Press nyo si tab or kapag wala kayong tab button, punta lang kayo dito sa top left natin dito. It says here, may object mode tayo. Click nyo lang yan and then punta lang kayo sa edit mode natin. Okay? So, dito sa edit mode, ito na yung isipin nyo, ito na yung editable poly natin. No? This is how we model sa Blender. This is yung editable poly natin. Ang gagawin natin dito is we're gonna be selecting everything here. Now, we're gonna be selecting every single face dito and i-unwrap natin siya. So, basic controls natin dito, yung simple select natin dito is similar lang kay 3ds Max. Press lang natin si 1 for vertex select, 2 for edge select. Mapapansin nyo dito, press si 2. There we go. Si edge select. And then, press lang natin si 3 for face select. Yung face select lang natin yung naiba because 3ds Max, That is 4. Kay Blender, 3 ang press lang natin. So again, 1, vertex select. Pansin lang natin dito, nagpapalit siya dito ng changes right here. Press 2 for edge select, and then press 3 for face select. Kailangan natin dito si face select, okay? Now, what we're going to be doing is we need to select everything one more time, no? Remember, I'm still in edit mode, naka-face select is on, so press ko lang si A to select everything, okay? So, ito na yung, again, same process lang siya ginagawa natin sa 3ds Max. But this time, however, much simpler lang to, no? So, gagawin lang natin diretso is press lang natin si U to unwrap, okay? But instead of using unwrap, we're gonna let AI do the work kay Blender. And AI ni Blender when it comes to UV editing is so much better, no? Papakita ko sa inyo kung ano yung resulting yan. So, after pressing U, select lang natin itong si Smart UV Project. And then, let's click OK. And we're done. Tapos na yung UV map natin. Now, ang tanong na lang, paano natin ma-view yung UV map natin, no? So, I'm just gonna deselect this one. And then, diretso ako sa UV editing na workspace ko. So, these ones right here, these are my workspaces. By default lang, yan lang rin yun, no? So, click lang natin si UV editing. And then, currently, this one right here, ito yung current na texture map na nakalagay dito sa patty natin. To view yung UV map natin dito, one option that we can do is by pressing A to select everything para makita lang natin yung UV map, no? But, yun nga, medyo hassle siya, no? But currently, as you can already see, ang ganda na kagad ng UV map natin dito. Ang linis niya tingnan, no? It's, I mean, while yes, medyo malinis nga siya tingnan, medyo madumi pa rin naman siya. It's much better kapag ni-unwrap natin dito. But sa case natin with a model like this, yung sobrang, ano nito, sobrang detailed na siya, magandang Smart UV project na lang tayo dyan. And we're gonna be letting, we're gonna be using a third-party software na lang to make our textures. That's the much easier way to do this kind of texture, no? Para sa model na ganito. But as you can see again, kitang-kita naman natin yung ating UV map na dito. But, tingnan nyo mangyari if I deselect it, no? Kapag diniselect ko yung selection ko, nawawala sila. So, ang kailangan natin dito, we need to see our UV map even without selecting it. So, while we're still in UV editing workspace, mapapansin nyo dito sa left side natin dito, on the top left, may makikita kayo dito na mga icons. This one right here, click nyo lang yung parang diagonal na vice versa icon. And on hover, it says here UV Sync Selection. So let's just click on that para makita natin siya, no? Currently, pag naka-zoom out tayo masyado, hindi siya masyado nakikita, but that is completely fine kasi yun nga, sobrang high poly nito. So just zoom in lang tayo para makita nyo yung itsura ng model natin dito. So, there we go, no? Ang bilis lang natin na unwrap natin, no? So, if you want to do, again, if you want to learn yung proper na UV unwrapping natin dito without using Smart UV Project, punta lang kayo dun sa other recording natin. Okay? Guaranteed lahat yan, fit. No? Itsura lang medyo nag-ano sila, naglalagpas sila dito. But yun nga, ano lang yan. No? Parang, I guess, visual, ano na lang yan. Visual problem na lang yan. But yun nga, it's always a guarantee na nasa loob na sila ng UV map. So, pwede natin silang diretsyo na sa texture paint natin. So, after guaranteeing na nandito na yung UV map natin, na unwrap na natin siya with Smart UV Project, diretso na tayo dito sa ating texture paint. Click natin to. And right here, currently, kita natin dito yung UV map natin. And by default, nandito yung texture paint natin. No? So, let's just try and click over dito. Just press and hold left click. As you can see, we're already painting over dito sa patty natin. No? So, super simple siya. Ang nagiging benefit natin dito is live natin nakikita yung ginagawa natin dito. And this one is always guaranteed to be seamless, no? Kasi you're basically painting over here, no? So, despite na sobrang dumi din ng ano natin, ng UV map pa rin natin dito, hindi nagmamatter yan sa Blender because we are doing live painting here, no? And dahil live tayo nagpe-paint dito, na-hide na kagad natin yung mga seams natin if there is one, no? So, sa case natin dito, just paint over yung ano natin, yung texture natin dito. That is the whole technique right here. But yun nga, patty is not exactly white. We're not gonna be using white. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be changing its color to a very patty-like texture. No? So this one, your own creativity matters lang dito. You can't exactly copy me here because definitely you can be better pa dito. But sa case natin dito, you're just simply painting over. No, you're just painting over yung texture natin. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm going to find a brownish texture lang muna. Punta ko lang sa dark dito. Try to find a dark brown na texture natin dito. A little bit darker should be better dito. Basically, I'm going to be painting over lang muna yung base color ng yung parang base na yung basically foundation ng patty natin dito. So, let's say I'm kind of comfortable with this one. Test ko lang muna. Okay, more or less, I think this one is good, no? So, medyo okay pa naman to. By default, naka-on naman yung material preview natin dito. Now, while you're painting, you're gonna be noticing some certain mistakes, no? May mga, for example, dito, may mga white spots pa tayo dito. And kailangan na again natin ma-paint over lahat yan. So, sa cases natin dito, with texture paint, instead of using dito sa instead of painting over dito sa right side natin dito sa viewport, we can paint dito rin naman sa sa left side natin dito. Para yun nga, madali natin makita yung mga errors natin dito, no? We need to paint everything dito, no? We need to paint everything here para solusyonan kagad natin yung foundation ng patty color natin dito, no? So, I'm just probably gonna time lapse here. What I'm gonna be doing now is, yun nga, I'm just painting over lang yung base color lang muna natin. So, starting right now, I'm gonna be doing a time lapse for this one. Okay, so na-paint over ko na yung buong UV map natin dito. As you can see dun sa time-lapse naman natin, pinuno ko na yung buong UV map natin dito with my brown color para madali ko na kagad makita yung base color natin dito. No? But what I did there is, kung nahihirapan kayo with the default brush size, just simply adjust it lang dito. No? Radius lang natin dito is right here for the brush size. Okay? So it's already right here. So we're good with our first layer dito. No? So when it comes to layering, definitely yun ang magiging curious kayo dito. Unfortunately, Blender does not have that kind of function just yet, no? Technically, meron naman siyang function doon, but we're gonna have to install add-ons, no? But di na natin gagalawin yon. Diretso lang tayo sa vanilla version ng Blender, no? So, we're not gonna be doing any of those fancy stuff. Ang gagawin natin dito, traditional na masking lang tayo, traditional na layering tayo. We're basically working with one layer lang, no? We're working with one layer, papatong-patungan lang natin siya ng kulay natin. That should be fine, no? So sa case natin with the patty here, we can easily get away with that, no? We can definitely get away with that with yung mga simple na base color natin dito because this one right here, hindi naman masyadong magmamatter sa roughness natin yan. We don't really need to add a roughness for this one. I mean, we can kung gusto nyo, which we will do later dun sa normal map generator natin. And nagmamatter lang natin dito is yung bump map natin. Yung bump map natin will basically finalize yung buong model natin dito with the sort of crumbly nature natin. No? But okay na tayo dito for now. What we're gonna be doing next is para makip lang natin yung color na ginamit natin dito. Mapapansin nyo dito sa right side, no? This is already the tools na ginagamit natin dito for the texture paint. May makikita kayo dito na color palette, no? Click lang natin dito si color palette. And then let's just create new. No? So the create new, this one right here, just rename your palette right here. So I'm just gonna rename this one for base, no? For the base of the patty. So base patty, para alam ko ito yung mga shade na ginagamit ko dito. So after that, I'm just gonna click on plus para ma-save ko lang yung color natin dito. Okay? That way, each time that I want to select a new color, and then let's say gusto kong bumalik na sa color na yon, yung previous color ko, just click lang ulit ako dito para bumalik siya doon. Okay? So, it's a useful tool to have, no? Now, next natin dito, what we can do siguro is maybe we can give it a darker highlight natin dito. Let's give it a sort of reddish-brown na highlight natin dito to basically symbolize yung natin, yung pagka-grill sa kanya, no? So, let's just try to get a good na color natin dito. So, let's just put it in a red na natin. Medyo red siya and then medyo darken pa natin konti, no? And then, what we're gonna be doing next is bababaan lang natin yung buong strength natin dito because we do not want to have a sort of strong na natin dito, a strong na coat dito. We just need it to be light lang naman, no? Light na texture lang natin dito. So, sa case natin dito, maybe 0.3 should be good. Test lang natin dito. And then, taasan lang natin yung radius para isang patong lang tayo dyan, no? So, let's just see kung maganda ba yung binibigay sa atin. Okay, so more or less, it's got a good coat naman, no? So it's got a good coat. Ang gagawin lang natin dito, instead of fully covering everything, ang gagawin lang natin dito, medyo pa-dash-dash lang tayo, no? Pa-dash-dash lang tayo, parang ini-airbrush lang natin siya, no? As you can see right here, nag-airbrush tayo dito. So, yun ang naging purpose natin dito. Let's just do a top coat of that. Basically on everything right here. Konting top coat lang tayo dyan, no? Konti-konti lang, no? Okay lang na may konting irregularities tayo dito. As you can see here, parang nagkaroon tayo ng sort of sauce-like na coat dito, no? May mga konting portions tayo dito na naghahalo yung ano natin. So, gagawin lang natin dito, since halos napatungan na natin lahat, bigyan pa natin ng isa pang top coat with the original color para mabalance lang natin. But first, let's add this color to our palette. Click lang natin si plus dito. Then let's switch over to the old one. And then this time siguro liitan lang natin yung brush size natin. Not too much, no? Para enough lang natin para magkaroon tayo ng light na color dito, no? So, we're still using the exact same na natin. Siguro pwede pa natin lakasan konti yung strength natin dito para medyo maging prominent yung kulay natin. But just simply enough, no? Konti lang naman. Just konti, padab-dab lang tayo dito, no? So we need, para dito is, yung lang, yung top and bottom lang natin dito. Para yun nga, meron konti tayong contrast between the two colors, no? So that should be enough na for now. No, we can go something lighter pa. So let's try to get something light pa. So maybe this one, medyo lighter lang na ganito, no? Lighter lang tayo. Try lang natin kung anong itsura niyan sa coat natin. Okay, this one right here, I think that's a little bit too much. Babaan pa lang natin. So, Control Z lang tayo. And then, babaan lang natin konti yung shade natin. And then, let's try and see how it currently looks. Click lang natin yan. Okay, more or less, that is good, no? Medyo okay pa siya, no? I think this one looks good. Parang nagmumukha lang siyang na may konting pa rin tayo. May konting uneven cook tayo dito, no? So, what I'm gonna be doing, knowing na guaranteed na ako dito sa color na yan, lakihan ko lang yung radius ko, and then just basically try to center this out, parang isang patong na gano'n, no? Para guaranteed doon lang siya sa gitna, no? And I'm gonna be doing the exact same thing here as well, para meron tayong sort of light na coat, no? And then I'll probably do a little bit of dab here and there, no? Pakonti-konti lang, then bababaan ko lang ulit yung strength ko dito, palipat-lipat lang tayo. Siguro medyo lakihan ko pa konti yung radius, pakonting-konting dabs lang tayo dito. Konti-konting dabs lang tayo. Not too much. Just enough para may konting contrast tayo sa mga colors. There we go. Sa case natin dito, you might want to use this one. Okay. So, that one should be sort of good, no? Medyo okay pa naman tayo dito. So, let's just add this light color palette sa ating, color palette, no? So, I think that should be good. Hindi natin kailangan, pwede nyo naman lagyan siguro yung sa gilid, but I don't think that should matter a lot, no? But for now, okay na muna tayo dito. Next natin dito, let's try to give dark crust. Now, let's give dark crust dito sa sa mga gilid-gilid natin dito. Now, this one is, instead of using yung default brush natin, itong round brush natin dito, what we're gonna be doing next is we're gonna be using a sort of mask para maiba lang yung natin, yung brush natin dito. So what we're gonna be doing is we first need to create said brush. And again, hindi natin kailangan dito gamitin yung yung add-ons natin dito. Diretso kagad tayo sa vanilla lang. Kung ano ibibigay sa atin ni Blender, that is what we are going to be using. Okay? So, dito tayo ulit sa properties panel natin. Click nyo naman tong texture na icon natin dito. This one here is parang square na may checkered na icon. Click lang natin yan. And then, let's create a new one. Click natin new. And then let's rename this one to a brush of what we want. No? So what we want to this one is, let's just rename this one noise brush para alam ko medyo parang grainy yung gagawin natin na sort of texture for this one. No? So sa case natin dito, naming it noise, gagawin natin dito, i-change natin yung type natin instead from image or movie, gawin natin tong noise. Try natin si noise. Ito yung magiging current na look niya. No? But I think sa itsura nito, I think this one is a little too much. Maybe change natin siya to a different one. Try natin si clouds. Okay. I think this one is the brush that I would want to use. No? Medyo malalaki yung mga markings niya, but I think that's the kind of look that I want dun sa mga burn marks natin. No? So, let's use this one. And balik na tayo dito sa ating parang tools natin dito, no? So, click tayo dito sa tool na icon natin dito with the screwdriver and wrench, topmost ng properties panel natin, para bumalik tayo sa toolbar natin ng texture paint, no? And what we're gonna be doing next is scroll down tayo and you should be able to see texture mask right here, no? Click lang natin si texture mask. And dito sa texture mask natin, click lang natin tong malaking picture na to na checkered na square, no? Click lang natin yan. And we're gonna be selecting yung ginawa natin na brush, no? This one is the noise. Click lang natin yan. And we should be good, no? So, this one right here, this is already a good clue na na pwede natin gamitin dito sa ating texture paint. Now, we can use a texture mask for a brush para yun nga, naglalagay tayo ng brush dito. Tingnan natin. There we go. Para, hanapin lang natin ng medyo mas dark para magkaroon tayo ng magandang example. So, right here, pakita ko lang sa inyo. As you can see right here, ito yung nagiging result natin dito. So, you can use this one to maybe do another coat para dun sa ating sa ating buong brush. But, para sa ating buong color dito, I think that would be a good idea, no? So, lakihan na ulit natin dito. Let's give it one last coat pa sa natin para sa base color ulit natin. Right here, lagay tayo dyan. Lagay din tayo dito. There we go. So, pwede pa natin lakihan dito kung gusto pa natin, no? So, I think masyadong malaki to. So, that one, medyo isang top lang, okay na yan. And then, siguro for the case lang natin dito, let's just give it one quick brush para sa natin. Para sa buong patty natin dito. And then, maybe I'll just do a couple of clicks here para medyo mas noticeable yung sort of burn mark natin dito, no? So, there we go. Okay na muna for the most part yung texture natin dito. It's got a good parang sort of crust natin dito, but that's not exactly what we want just yet, no? Kailangan natin dito medyo darkish red naman para sa ating edges, no? So, what we're gonna be doing, instead of using UV map natin dito, diretso na kagad tayo dito, and we're just gonna paint over dun sa mga gilid-gilid lang natin, no? So, we're just gonna simply brush over, try to get a sort of dark na dark crust na nag-ano sa atin dito. Maybe we can go even darker if you want to. Medyo almost black na. So, yun lang gagawin muna natin. Mamaya natin gagawin yung grill marks natin, no? So, let's just paint it over right here. Again, still ginagamit natin yung brush na gamit natin dito with the clouds. So, let's just paint things over here, no? So, mas maganda yung mas inconsistent tayo dito, the better, no? We don't really need to fully coat everything. Para yun nga, magmukha siyang, how do I say this? Inconsistent, no? Uneven cook, basically, no? So, more or less, we can stick with that one. Lagay ulit tayo ng panibagong color palette just in case na magbalik tayo dyan, which we probably will, no? So, sa case natin dito, lagay naman tayo ng konting red, no? Let's just give this a couple of red marks naman. So, sa case natin dito, ang gagawin natin is, gusto ko medyo prominent na yung color natin dito, no? I just want it to be a little bit stronger sa strength natin, maybe 0.8. Tingnan na natin kung ano yung itsura niyan. Okay, this one is a little bit too much, I think. Gawin natin 0.75. Yun lang natin kung ano yung itsura. Okay, more or less, konti pa. Parang magkakaroon na tayo ng sort of tomato na kind of sauce, no? Parang barbecue sauce, basically, no? So, try naman natin 0.6. Try natin yan. Okay, close enough. But I think sa case natin dito, I think we want to go a little bit darker na lang. Okay, so this one right here, medyo okay na siya, no? I think we can use this one, no? So, what I'm gonna be doing, I'm just going to, again, dab some random na marks natin dito to basically symbolize yung sauce natin. Siguro pwede pa natin liitan yung texture. So, I'm just gonna press Ctrl Z again. Maybe, sa case natin dito, liitan na lang natin yung brush size natin. So, we can get some good na uneven na strokes dito, no? Para lagyan lang natin ng konting sauce, yung sa gilid. We can also go here sa taas natin. Again, a few dabs should do the trick, no? Okay lang yan kahit hindi masyadong consistent. Kasi again, mangyayari dyan is papatungan na lang natin yan later with the grill marks, no? So, it won't really matter, no? So, lagyan lang natin to basically finish up yung patty natin. So, more or less closely na nagre-resemble na siya as patty, no? So, hindi na natin kailangan basically dito ng cost ng texture from the internet. We just made it ourselves, no? So I think for now, I'm kind of satisfied with this one. We can just stop this off now with our grill mark, no? So sa grill mark natin, I'm gonna be using the exact same na brush dito, no? Only difference lang is, balik lang tayo dito sa texture properties natin. Again, with a square na may checkered na fill. Click natin yan. And then instead of using clouds naman, one thing we can use maybe here is magic siguro or marble, no? So I think marble is a much better na grill mark natin dito. So let's use marble for this one. So as you can see, ito na yung parang magiging grill marks natin dito. So we need this one to be very prominent, no? So latasan natin yung strength natin dito. Tingnan lang natin kung ano yung magiging itsura, no? And then balik tayo sa tool properties natin. And then let's go to a little bit of a dark na ano natin. A bit dark na dito. Almost black na siya. And then, maximize natin ulit yung radius natin. And then, let's try to overlap it here, no? Dito tayo sa UV map para sakto kagad sa gitna natin. Tingnan lang natin kung ano yung itsura. Okay, currently, pangit siya with this one, no? So, medyo pangit siya with maximum range. So, I think, ang magiging problem natin dito is, I think it's a good idea kung gawin na natin medyo maliit. Because I have an idea kung maliit to, okay, so mas mabuti maliit na lang natin dito, no? Liitan natin yung brush. Basically, ang nangyayari dito is ay tiling error natin dito, which is fine, no? So, hindi naman natin mag-guarantee always na mag-overlap bigla yun. So, liitan lang natin yung brush natin to, let's say, 90. Strength is 1. And then, just paint over lang tayo dun sa taas natin to get our scorch marks, no? So, there we go. Nakukuha na natin yon. So, I think this one is a little bit overpowering yung scorch mark natin. So, I think we can go a little bit lighter pa. Konting lighter lang. Konting light lang. Okay, this one is a little bit good, no? So, we're gonna be settling with this one. Again, mas maganda rin dito, hindi masyadong perfect yung paglagay nyo ng dito, ng texture, no? So, just maybe a few scratches. Yun nga, para yun nga, uneven yung cook natin dito, no? So, we can use this one. And then, dito naman tayo sa baba para irregular tayo. Ibang angle naman siya. It doesn't matter. There we go. No, we got our scorch mark. Siguro, bigyan pa natin ng isa pang coat dito. Maybe a red na, darkish red na coat natin dito. A little bit more present natin dito. Patungan lang natin siya para, yun nga, meron siyang konting sauce. And yun nga, may tsurang burnt sauce siya, no? So, click lang natin dyan. And I think for the most part, we are done, no? For the most part, I think we are done na dito sa ating texture natin dito. So, we got a good even coat na dito. I think for the most part, I'm pretty satisfied with this one. Siguro bigyan pa natin ng konting dubs lang natin dito using yung marble na texture natin dito to get more uneven na scratch ng burnt natin dito. And I think we are good na, no? So, we can use this one as our texture for our patty. So, all that's left now is i-export natin yung object natin dito. Because again, binigyan natin to ng UV map, no? In-unwrap natin siya sa Blender, so we need to import this kay 3ds Max. Now, we're basically using this one that came from Blender into 3ds Max. So, same case lang na ginawa natin dun sa soda can natin kanina, no? So, right now, balik tayo sa object mode natin. So, dito right here sa texture paint natin, actually, pwede naman, dito, we'll stick with texture paint workspace. Change na lang natin siya dito sa right side natin dito. Instead of texture paint, punta tayo sa object mode. Okay? So, as you can see here, okay, pansin natin, ito na yung texture natin with the patty. And as you can see, more or less, we got a good texture para sa patty natin, no? So, hindi mo maiisip na yan na hand-painted lahat yan, no? So, we got a good texture right here. Ang gagawin na lang natin dito is import lang muna natin yung, export lang muna natin yung object natin dito. Let's go to File. Let's go to Export. And then go to Export FBX. We're gonna turn it into an FBX once again. Now, click natin FBX. And then, what we're gonna be doing, punta lang tayo sa folder na kailangan natin dito. So, I'm just gonna go sa folder ko. Like siya sa assets. And I'm going to rename this one as Burger Patty. No? Para alam ko yung anong file to. burger-patty.fbx. Okay? But before, diretso tayo sa Export FBX. Click lang natin tong selected objects para yun nga, in case na hindi nyo dinelete yung mga other ingredients natin and pinag-hide nyo lang siya, we need to make sure na kung ano yung select lang natin dito, specifically yung patty natin, yun lang yung ma-export natin. So, click lang natin tong selected objects and diretso na tayo sa Export FBX. And that should be good, no? Now, next natin dito is we have to, of course, save natin yung ginawa natin na texture dito. We need to save it, no? Hindi niya, if you're working with the exact same computer, this wouldn't really matter. Pero yun nga sa case natin siguro dito, idadali niyo sa mga ibang computer, we need to save the texture as well, no? So, gagawin natin, punta tayo dito sa left side ng texture paint natin. Punta tayo sa image. Right here, may makikita kayong asterisk dito, no? Click natin yung image. And then, gawin natin dito, save. Let's just click save. And what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be saving it dun sa textures natin. So, demo UV Unwrapping. Punta tayo sa textures. Nasaan na yung ano natin? Let's create a new folder. So, right-click na lang tayo and then click new folder. Let's just rename this one as Burger Patty. Burger Patty. Okay, and then, sa Burger Patty natin, gawin na natin dyan. Okay na dyan. Make sure PNG yan. Okay, that's good. And then yung file name natin dito is already patty_base color because yun yung pinangalan natin dun sa empty image natin kanina. So, kung hindi yan yung same na pangalan dun sa image nyo, just rename it to however you wish. And then, click na natin. Save as image. And once we open up our folder one more time, saan ba yun? Demo UV Unwrapping. Let's go to textures. Let's go to Burger Patty. Ito na siya, no? So, na-save na yung texture natin. And ready na siya for re-import sa 3ds Max. So, we've got our texture. We got our new model ng patty natin na may UV unwrap from Blender. Let's switch over to 3ds Max and delete natin yung old na patty natin. If you did it right na hindi nyo ginalaw yung patty natin, ang mangyayari dito, once we import our new patty, so punta tayo sa import, import. Let's open up yung burger patty natin. Click open. And then press OK. If you did it all right, automatic nang mapupunta dyan yung burger patty natin. But magkakaroon tayo ng konting error dito, no? So just X lang natin yan. Hindi nagpakita yung texture natin dito, which is completely fine, no? In usual cases, dapat magpapakita yan. But ewan ko lang ba't nagka-error bigla yung sa 3ds Max ko. Kung nagkaganyan yan, we just need to add our new texture dito, no? So, lagay na lang tayo ng panibagong physical material. And then, let's just rename this one as Patty, no? So, rename natin yan as Patty. And then, lagay natin yung base color natin dyan, no? So, open up our folder. Hanapin lang natin ulit si texture natin. Burger Patty. Drag and drop. Minimize muna natin yan. And then, connect to the base color map. And then, okay, nakikita natin siya dyan. I-assign na lang natin siya dito sa patty. Select yung patty natin. Select the patty. Select our material. And assign material to selection. No? So, replace lang natin yan. No? Kasi yun nga, may existing material yung nilagay natin kanina. Just click lang natin, replace. No? Click lang natin, replace it. And as you can see, ito na yung finish na texture natin. No? Or at least yung finish na base color natin dito. Because this one right here, this one still looks a little bit too fake, no? But, yun nga, more or less, we got our burger na dito, no? So, ang gagawin na lang natin dito to wrap things up is, punta na lang ulit tayo sa normal map generator natin, which is gonna be right here. And then, import natin yung ginawa natin na base color, which is right here. Sa case natin dito, I think, medyo masyadong malakas yung ano natin. So, we don't need it to be reflective. Just enough lang na reflection siya, no? So, sa case natin dito, I think we can go a little bit darker pa. So, sa case natin dito, we can maybe reduce yung strength natin dito, no? So, we just want it to be a little bit dark. Hindi ko siya kailangan na maging reflective. I just want it to be, ano lang, medyo flat siya in color. It has reflective parts, no? But not super reflective. Okay, so sa case natin dito, this one yung reflection niya. It's not reflecting much, which is what we need. Okay, so okay na tayo dyan sa roughness natin. So, let's just download this. And then, lagay na lang natin siya dito sa folder natin. Rename lang natin yan to right-click. Gawin natin to patty_roughness. And then, lastly, gawin natin siya ng normal map. So, let's just change it over to normal map. Tingnan lang muna natin kung ano yung itsura ng normal natin dito. I think what we want to do here is, gusto ko medyo pronounce konti yung ano natin. Medyo super flat yung magiging grill marks natin dito. But sa case natin dito, what we can do is siguro na lang para maging medyo crumbly yung itsura ng burger natin dito. As you can see right here, no? Medyo crumbly yung itsura niya. That is exactly what we want. Tingnan lang natin yung sa grill marks. Yung sa grill marks natin, medyo okay pa naman. But I think we can go a little bit stronger sa level natin, no? So let's go a little bit stronger sa level natin. Tingnan lang natin. Okay, so much more. Okay na to. So I think we can go with this one. Let's see what the other options that we have. Try natin sa height. Okay, the height doesn't really change a lot, no? So parang ini-invert lang niya yung ano natin, normal map. So try natin yung iba. Okay, this one right here, this one's interesting, no? Kasi, no, actually, no, hindi natin kailangan yan kasi tinataas niya yung mga grill marks natin. So we don't want that. This one right here, this one is okay too, pero I think okay na ako dun sa una kanina. So, let's just leave this be, and we're basically good with our normal map. Download na lang natin yan. And then, drag and drop dun sa ating folder right here. And then, let's rename this one as normal map, tag dito, patty underscore normal. And all that's left now is drag and drop na lang ulit natin. So, press natin si M to open our material editor. Maximize natin yan. And then, open our folder. And then, drag and drop lang natin. Roughness, normal. And then, let's close this up para tapos na tayo. Roughness to roughness. And then, lastly, normal to bump. And then, minimize lang natin yan para makita na natin, para maayos na yung shader graph natin. Malinis ng tingnan. Organize tayo. Okay? And then, close natin yan. And currently, medyo okay pa naman siya. No? Medyo reflective siya sa high quality, but let's try and render this out. Render natin siya para makita lang natin yung itsura ng model natin. Okay, so currently, yeah, medyo okay pa naman yung natin, reflections natin dito. Try naman natin lagyan ng light. So let me just pause this one for now. And lagay tayo ng light dito. Let's add it here. Ang goal natin dito, makita lang natin yung burger patty natin. No? So, let's try to increase muna yung intensity natin. Actually, gawin ko na lang, lagyan ko na lang ng background color para madaling makita. Okay? And then, oops, nangyari dito. Nagkaroon na ako ng error. So, konting visual bug. Okay. Ano nangyari? Okay, nothing changed. Okay, good. So, tingnan lang natin to. Let's go to Arnold render view, and then let's re-render it. Okay, more or less, okay pa naman yung reflections natin dito. I think we can still change it up a bit kasi medyo plastic siyang itsura. Ayusin na lang natin yan sa material editor natin. We can probably just overall tanggalin na lang natin yung roughness map kung ayaw natin. But for the most part, the rest here, yung bumpiness natin, pwede pa natin taasan. And yun nga, para makita na natin na undo ko pala yung change ko dito. So, let me just change this back again. Okay, there we go. Para makita lang natin yung proper reflections natin. Okay, so medyo glossy pa rin siya. So, let's just open our material editor. And then, try natin paglaruan to see the proper shader natin dito. No? So, sa case natin dito, you don't really need to do this one because this one is next meeting stuff na. No? So, this one right here, pwede pa natin baguhin siguro. Yung reflections natin, let's tone this down a little bit. Tone this down natin yan. Hindi natin kailangan masyado yan, no? So, try natin 0.1 na lang. A little bit reflective. Masyadong sobra to. 0.05. Okay, so nalusan natin yung reflections doon. That's good. Still, na-maintain pa rin naman yung reflections natin dito. So, that's good. Next naman natin, let's go to our bump map. And what we're gonna be doing siguro, taasan natin dito para makuha lang natin yung super grainy na itsura natin dito. Okay, there we go. Papansin nyo, nakikita na kagad ulit natin yung parang crumbs natin dito. We need to increase it a little bit more pa. Para yun nga, super pronounced yung crumbs natin dito. As we can all see right here, kitang-kita natin yung changes na nangyayari dun sa patty natin. And then, kung gusto lang natin makita yung patty lang mismo, let's turn off lang yung other na parts natin dito para makita lang natin yung grill marks to see how well it is being shown. But may particle view ako dito. Tanggalin ko na yan. Tomatoes, tanggalin lang natin to. Top bun, tanggalin natin. Okay, so there is our patty. Tingnan na natin yung taas. Okay. So more or less, okay naman yung pagka-view natin dito sa texture natin. So, more or less, I think we are good na at this point. Finish na lang natin yan with the toppings. So, cheese. And then, next naman natin is the tomatoes. Lagyan natin yan. So, one by one, ilalagay lang natin dyan. Next is the lettuce. And then, lastly is yung top bun. Finish off na lang natin yan with the soda cans. Dagdag na lang natin sila. So, soda can basic. Lagyan natin siya dyan. Move lang natin siya to the side. So, let's just move it to the side. Move ko lang. Saan ba yun? Saan na yun? This one right here. Okay, nagkakabug na yun ako. 3ds Max ko. So, ano lang muna tayo. Careful lang tayo dito. So, nagkakaroon na ako ng visual bug. But, yeah, nakita nyo naman na yun. So, I won't be doing that anymore. So, click ko na lang save dito para ma-keep natin to, no? We don't want to lose this one because you're gonna want to keep this one, no? Because yung mga models na ginawa ko dito and the textures that I made here, if you followed along, those are yours to keep na, no? So, you can already add it to your library if you wish, no? Ang only ano ko lang dito, you cannot use these as for your activity 6, no? So, you can still keep it, but yeah, you can't use it for your activity 6, okay? So, save lang natin 'yan. And then let's just reopen this one. Yikes, ano nangyari na dito? So, teka, Alt-W ka natin to. Okay, fix that. Okay, it's not getting fixed, but whatever. So, gawin natin to, soda can and basic. Oops. Gawin natin yung soda can unwrap. Move lang natin siya side. Wait, not that one. Ito. Lagay lang natin dito sa gilid. And then, let's see how it currently looks. Lakihan lang natin siya para medyo match siya dito sa burger natin. Should be a little bit bigger pa para meron tayong sort of finished na product, no? So, click tayo dyan para makita lang natin. There we go. Punta tayo dito. Let's just zoom out a tiny bit. And let's just reorient this one. Don't mind this one. Nagkaka-error na yung kay 3ds. Nagkaka-error na si 3ds Max dyan. But let's just angle it to a sort of suitable na poster na itsura. I think masyadong malaki na yung Pepsi can ko. But siguro it won't, madaling ma-fix lang yan with our perspective view. And then adjust na lang natin. Again, you don't need to do this one. Not yet, no? So there we go. We got 2 finished products right here. We got yung natin. We got our Pepsi. We got our burger. We're good, no? So there is our finished product. Photorealistic textures sa mga models natin. As you can see here, kitang-kita naman sa bun natin. The text we can use a little bit more retouching dito. I think what we can add is a little bit more metallic pa dito para yun nga medyo reflective siya. So we can probably do that para magkaroon lang tayo ng konting final touches. So let's go back to our view 1. Nandito kasi yung texture natin for our Pepsi can, which is this one right here, no? So, lagyan natin ng konting metallic. Try natin taasan to 1. There we go. Masyadong metallic na to. This one is a little bit too much. We just need here to have a little bit of reflection, no? So, try natin 0.4. Masyado pa rin reflective to. So, try naman natin 0.1. Just enough lang na. Hindi wag tayo masyadong reflective dito. Try natin 0.05. Okay, medyo blurry na to, so that's good, no? So, taasan lang natin konti pa yung roughness lang natin. We don't want it to be super reflective kasi wrapper to, di ba? So, we don't want it to be like that. Okay, there we go. That should be good na para sa ating Pepsi can model. And as you can see here, okay na rin siya, no? So, we are good. Tapos na tayo sa ating demo. So, I hope na gets nyo yung UV unwrapping natin dito with these 2 demos. Yes, as you can already see, with the sort of maybe 6 or maybe 5 hours, 6 hours. I've been doing this for multiple days, and I apologize dun sa BMA4 class ko for being very late. I've been working on this a couple of days and super busy ako with work. So, to make up for that, I hope ginawa ko ng super extensive yung recording natin dito, and I hope that you learned a lot dito, no? So, ginawa ko ng super extensive, ginawa ko na lang super worthwhile yung lecture natin dito kasi binigyan ko na kayo ng guide dito to basically create photorealistic models, no? Photorealistic textures, no? So, I hope you've gotten something out of this lecture, and I will see you all next meeting. Hindi ko na muna i-discuss siguro yung displacement map and alpha map. I'll be doing that very quick na lang sa natin. Sa next meeting natin, babalikan ulit natin yung interior render natin. So for now, just do your activity 6. It's all right there. So andun na yung instructions natin sa Big Sky, no? So, good luck on your activity 6 and I'll see you all next meeting.